All stand. The Coronial court is now in session.
Please be seated. Before we resume the inquest into Kumanjayi Walker, I acknowledge that today we are sitting on the traditional lands of the Aranda people, and I pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. I'll take appearances. Just for convenience, I think I might just start with everyone on the video link, and apologies to Senior Counsel at the bar table. Yes, Mr. Coleridge?
If it pleases, I appear as counsel assisting.
Thank you. And any other appearances on the video link at this stage?
Your Honour, Andrew Bowe is appearing via AVL. He's just having trouble getting access right now.
All right, thank you. And any other appearances on the video link?
Sorry, Your Honour, Paula Marie is also appearing by AVL. She's also having troubles with the video link.
Okay, we'll try and sort that out as soon as possible. It might be that they can hear us without necessarily being able to see us, and we might have muted people at this stage. And again, just for convenience, are there any other video link appearances?
Your Honour, if I may mention the appearance of Ms. Balch, she's also trying to dial in. She appears for Constable Kirsten Fell and Sergeant Nancy Bell, and correspondence with her, and we will hopefully have her join shortly also.
Thank you, Ms Walls. I'll now take appearances from the bar table. Dr Freckleton?
May it please Your Honour, I appear with Miss Bernard from the Northern Territory Police Force and various of its members.
Thank you.
The police
Mr.
squad.
McMahon?
I appear with, my name's McMahon, I appear with Mr Connor O'Brien for the Parrampuru Committee. Mr O'Brien's not here at the moment, but he should be here before it's all over.
Thank you.
Your Honour, my name's John Sutner. I appear with Miss McNally of McNally & Co for Sergeant Bones.
Thank you, Mr Sutner. Thank you, Mr Officer. Thank you, Mr Derrick.
Your Honour, Ozalin's appearing with Miss Nobs Kakura for the Northern Territory Police Association.
Thank you.
Your Honour, my name is Hutton and I appear on behalf of NT Health.
I think that then completes all the appearances. Yes.
Your Honour, can I just raise two matters?
Sure.
Firstly, matter of housekeeping, I need to step out of the statement called the Supreme Court for the matter. Secondly, at the appropriate time, I wish to just raise a matter on record with respect to the late disclosure of a small page affidavit from September last year and some of the matters he sets out therein about the Frost plan or his opinion of it. Obviously, that's going to be a matter which is very large in the evidence of Mr. Rolfe. But what Your Honour's going to make of that, which whether it will be represented across examination, whether the current Commissioner, Mr. Murphy, can provide a statement, because apparently they've had discussions about this plan, amongst other things. So, Your Honour, unless you want to do it now, submit that on the record, because it seems to me it's just opinion, not evidence. Whether it's no submissions, whether it's just not making the record.
All right. We'll come back to that. We might be back in contact with you and receive something in writing overnight, Mr Officer.
Your Honour, before we go any further, could I just indicate that I had significant difficulty hearing Mr Officer. He's just off screen. I suspect that he's some distance from the microphone, so I think I caught the tenor of the issue, but if I could just ask him to lean in a little further next time.
We can move the microphone a little closer next time if Mr Officer has anything else to contribute. Yes, Mr Coleridge.
As Your Honour well knows, the inquest will now sit for 7 days or thereabouts to hear from the final 2 witnesses in the inquest, being Sergeant Lee Bowens, who was at the relevant time the officer in charge of the IRT, and from Mr Zach Rolfe. It's anticipated that the examination of Sergeant Bowens will proceed today and tomorrow, and that the examination of Mr Rolfe will proceed Monday through Friday of next week. I, just for the benefit of the parties who are examining today and also for Mr Sutner, Ms McNally and their client, I just indicate as a matter of courtesy that I don't think I'll be anywhere near as long as the 3 hours that was estimated on my part. We're very conscious, Your Honour, that there is a fair bit of written material from Sergeant Bowens about the IRT, its development, failings within the IRT, and also conscious that there are a number of parties and that we want to avoid overlap where possible. So I will attempt to be limited and as brief as can be. Having said that, Your Honour, unless there's any other matter of housekeeping, I would call Sergeant Lee Bowens.
Yes.
Apologies, Your Honour. We've just, my team and also the Brown team is having trouble. They can't access the team, so they're now just trying to get onto the live stream, so at least they can hear. But that's just, can we just have a minute, because they were waiting to get onto the teams.
Sure.
They just need to access that stream.
Right.
Thank you.
Look, I'll just call Sergeant Bowens into the box. We'll get him sworn in, and if Ms Pincus, if there's any other difficulty,
Sure.
you let us know at
Thank
that
you.
point. But,
Thank you.
Yes, Sergeant Bowens. Is he in the courtroom? Oh, he's on. Oh. Hello, Sergeant Bowens. I didn't see you there. Sorry, I wasn't meaning to ignore you. I'm just going to move this screen. Thanks for making yourself available. I know that there's been some delays and that you've expected to give evidence on a couple of different occasions. But thank you for being here and being available to give evidence. Before you give your evidence, do you promise to tell the truth to the court?
Yes, I do, Your Honour.
Thank you. Yes, and obviously we're Mr. Coleridge, you can see him on the screen in front of you, is that right?
Yes, Your Honour.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Coleridge, did you have any difficulty hearing Sergeant Bowens then?
No.
Okay, great.
I'll raise the issue if need be, and I can see him clearly. Sergeant Bowens, my name's Patrick Coleridge. I'm counsel assisting, or one of the counsel assisting, and as you've heard me say, I won't be traversing all of the issues that have arisen in the inquest, and we'll focus largely on the IRT. Before doing that, can I ask you to restate your full name for the record?
Lee Bowens.
And what's your current rank and station?
Sergeant, Alice Springs, general duties.
And Sergeant Bowens, you've given a number of recorded statements in the inquest since about 2019, is that correct?
2, I believe.
Yes. The first one was on the 21st of November 2019, does that sound right?
Yes.
And Your Honour, that's at 7.6 of the brief. And the second was on the 3rd of December 2020. Does that sound about right?
Yes, I believe so.
About a year later. That's 7.7, Your Honour.
Thank you.
And as a part of that second recorded statement, you provided some documents, some annexures to the statement. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And most of the annexures were memorandums that you'd written to the commander of Southern Command and other members of the police executive about the IRT and the need for urgent investment in the IRT.
Yes, that's correct. Among other things, yes.
Yeah. Finally, you also gave evidence at Mr. Rolfe's trial on the 23rd of February 2022.
That's correct.
Yeah, and that's at 7 capital A, Your Honour. Sergeant Bowens, before I turn to the issues, could I just get a sense for context of where you served in the Northern Territory before you moved down to Alice Springs in about 2014?
I was initially, from my career started, I was initially posted to Alice Springs from graduating college in 2000. Approximately 2004, I passed the selection. From that place I went to TRG, and in TRG I stayed for 10 years, where I achieved the rank of sergeant within TRG. I was a senior Connie constable before arriving at TRG. Probably about October 2014, I left TRG to return to Alice Springs on my own decision.
That first 4-year period, 2000 to 2004, were you a general duties police officer in Alice Springs?
Yes, I was.
And that's where you achieved the rank of senior constable?
That's correct.
Okay. The 10 years you were in the TRG, I take it you worked closely with Meacham King?
With Meacham King, yes.
And I assume that you have the same degree of respect that most police officers seem to have of Mr. King in the Northern Territory?
Yes.
Yeah. He seems to be a highly qualified police officer.
Meacham, yes, he is.
Can I ask why you moved to Alice Springs in late 2014?
There was a couple of reasons. I'd spent 10 years in TRG, and I'd achieved so many things in that section. gained so many qualifications, and I was quite fortunate to be in that position. But ultimately, I wanted to get back into general duties policing. I just felt the section was a bit too specialised, and I felt like I was missing out on what I actually joined the job for, which is frontline policing, which I enjoyed. I also, my role within TAG was the cordon or marksman team leader, Sierra 1 call sign, which is a position I held for a couple of years. In that position, I was in charge of training and maintaining that section, deployment, among several other things within the section as well. I'm not too sure how far you want me to go into what my roles were within that section, but
We might pass over TRG for the time being. We might come back to it later when we talk about some comparisons between the IRT and TRG. But obviously you land on the ground in Alice Springs towards the end of 2014, and pretty soon thereafter you became involved with what was then the Cordon and Contain team. Is that right?
yeah, that's correct. I was probably the answer in the last part of the question was, while at TRG I took an interest in the Cordon team because it was basically development of what I was doing in the TRG, and I could see that the section was suffering from several issues. And while I was in TRG, I tried to rectify some of those issues and assist, but ultimately that was failing. So that formed part of the decision why I wanted to return to Alice Springs. And obviously myself and my wife, we always did have an affiliation with Alice Springs. We did love the community and the place.
In your first interview, you say, I wanted to develop the IRT because, I'm quoting you, I saw it as an asset that could be used in the South Command. Can you tell Her Honour what it was that suggested to you that it could be an asset?
It was a response section to incidences which occurred throughout the police force. While I was in Darwin, I could see that incidents which happened, they had a capability to deal with those situations. For instance, like TRG would deal with anything from high risk to social order to search and rescue to anything, siege situations, or just things that were developed through a general duties environment. In my experience, my first 4 years in Alice Springs, obviously I saw several situations that could have been handled at a better manner, or the members there could have been provided a better response and a better trained response. I saw the section in Alice, and I just basically wanted to give out the Southern Command the same sort of response that the Northern Command enjoy or deserve, to assist the members and the people of the community, provide a better trained response than existed previously.
Can you give Your Honour an example of, something that you observed in Alice Springs, a response you observed in Alice Springs that you thought, geez, that's something that could have been done better, and with some appropriate training probably would have been done better?
Prior, my first 4 years, well, there was, it's hard to think of a specific incident back then, but there was certain situations where you had to do a cordon and contain and manage the situation. And it was obvious that I can't remember a specific incident at this point in time, but the situations were basically just, we'll get through it and it'll work out in the end. And through life, they often did. But when I was exposed to a better way to do things, I guess that was highlighted the fact that, well, that's not the way to do it.
Is it fair to say that what you saw was, look, people were mucking in. Most of the time it was going okay, but that without training, planning and structure, there was a risk that things could go wrong?
Yes, correct.
When you arrived and started working with the CCT in late 2014, am I right that it was really focused on lower risk response at that time? Just cordon and contain?
That's not entirely correct. The ACs, the cordon team, went through many transitions. From what I can tell, I think it started around 2005. I don't recall it being there when I was there in 2004. It started off as a cordon team, cordon contain of an incident. And I think we know until the response from TRG could arrive in Alice Springs. I think it was at about 12 or 13 that what we call a IEA capability was incorporated into the team.
Can I just pause there? An IEA is an immediate emergency action capability?
That's correct.
And so that was prior to your return to Alice Springs that capability was introduced into the team, was it?
That's correct. I do recall attending Alice Springs on, I think, 2 occasions to assist training the team to this new role, the immediate emergency action role, which is another role for the team.
In your first recorded statement, you say that the armed and immediate response, so immediate emergency action capability, meant that now the cordon team was approved to do some armed and immediate response work in high-risk situations. Is that right?
Yeah, in a basic terms, yes. To cordon and contain a situation, it's a situation which is managed by the police. We've cordon and contained it. We now own that situation. And we have to be prepared for every situation which occurs within that cordon. And if we're not, obviously, yes, we'd probably be here again. The IA component was developed from a tactic from TRG. It's basically what they do. And that's formulated from the siege management strategy, which I think has been replaced by ANSPAR now. It was part of the ANZ CTC and siege management strategy. So basically, in layman's terms, you have a plan for what could occur in a life-threatening situation within that cordon. And you basically, the plan is you enter the house, or stronghold we'll call it, it's an attachable term, which could be anything. You enter as quickly as you can, you save life, or you defuse the situation which is occurring within that situation. Without a planned response, I saw it as a very, very dangerous situation.
Are IEA deployments unplanned? You have a general plan, a general idea about how you're going to manage the situation, but you deploy very quickly in response to an immediate risk. Is that the idea?
If we're talking about a high-risk deployment, high-risk deployments have a very set, formulated process and plans which run in order. The first plan is a containment plan, cordon and containment. The second plan is an IEA component. It does get a little bit confusing because you can actually formulate an IEA on the way to the situation, because you can hear on the radio they go, hey, some really bad stuff's happening in this place, you need to go in there straight away. And so that does we do formulate, we used to in TAG, formulate an IEA sometimes on arrival. There would be a loose cordon or a general duties cordon in place, but so at the risk of going into a little bit too much detail, the cordon containment plan is implemented, and then an IEA is one of the next plans. It also goes along with the arrest surrender plan, negotiated plan. All those things need to be in place.
Really what I'm driving at is this moment where the cordon team was approved for the IEA capability was a big step for the cordon team. Would you agree?
It was a step that had to be made, and it did change the role. It basically doubled their role. Like I said, in 2014, it was when I arrived. We did actually have that capability at that stage, but things soon changed after that.
I think you say in your statement, so the IEA capability, it's basically the same level of what the TRG do with their skills. So that was a big step, and we got approval for that because it was seen as a severe risk that we've got to control.
Correct.
Yeah. Is it fair to say that with that step, the responsibility for managing the IRT, ensuring that it was suitably trained, staffed and so on, increased?
Yes.
And from the end of 2014, that responsibility rested solely on your shoulders, more or less?
More or less, that's correct.
I'm not suggesting that there aren't people in the executive who are ultimately responsible, but you were the one on the ground dealing with these things.
At the early stages, I had assistance from some other experienced tactical officers from interstate. That didn't last that long.
We'll talk in a second about the types of things that you were doing to try and manage and develop the IRT in a second. But can we just pause and talk about workload for a second? You were still a shift sergeant for, patrol sergeant effectively within the Alice Springs Watch House at that time, is that right?
My gazetted role when I came to Alice Springs from TRG was custody sergeant.
Okay.
Which is in the Watch House, which also, it wasn't a designated role. We moved to shift sergeant. It was flexible.
I suppose the point I'm making is it wasn't as if your substantive role became the OIC of the IRT. That was something that you were expected to do in addition to your ordinary responsibilities as custody sergeant. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And I think you were asked some questions by Commander Lee Morgan during your interview back in 2020 about whether you were given any extra remuneration or time off, and I think that the answer was no, you weren't.
That's correct.
Okay. How difficult was it managing those two responsibilities?
Yeah, it was very difficult because there was several challenges which presented during the 2014 to 2019, which had to be dealt with. The challenges were many and exhausting. I don't know how long you want me to go through them, but it was it managed from training to equipment to courses.
We'll come to the issues in a second because you have some views about them that you've set out in writing, and I really do want to talk about them. But I guess I'm focusing on this point about the part-time nature of the IRT, which seems to be a problem in itself. Would you agree that it really does make the job much harder for both the OIC and for the members of the IRT if they're not designated members of a team like that and are expected to balance their responsibilities with other responsibilities as general duties police officers or so on.
Definitely it's hard for the organiser or the OIC of the section to implement any sort of changes or training or for the members it was also difficult because they didn't get the opportunity to attend training as much as they wished. The limitations of the frontline policing Alice Springs was definitely a massive indicator.
Let's talk a little bit about the problems with the IRT because working out what, if anything, is going to replace it, I think, is a pretty important step for the force. Between 2018 and 2019 in particular, you were pretty candid with Police Executive, Southern Command about what you thought needed to happen within the IRT. Would you agree?
Yes, I made several recommendations regarding equipment, training, and future directions of the team for it to maintain a viable response within Southern Command. But I also, the memos were not only to request things, they were also to open a line of communication with the executive, tell them what we are, who we are, what we do, and what they can expect of us. So it was, because quite often it was a case where they wouldn't know. So I try to get this, get them involved in the section, which those memos were a tool for that, and it would also be backed up with an invitation to come look at the training, look at our equipment, see what we do. Because I'm not too sure if we're going to touch it on here, but I think our section has been misrepresented pretty badly. So if I do get an opportunity, I would like to explain what we actually do and what we did do and what we didn't do. So
I think, so my questions today are about giving you those opportunities, Sergeant Bowens. What I'd like to do is just go through some of the issues you saw in the IRT and then open the floor up to you really to correct any misconceptions, misperceptions that you think exist. So if I haven't asked you those questions, remind me, and that's something we will definitely cover, okay? Can I ask you just on the question of the relationship between the IRT and Police Executive, did it surprise you that a tactical team, a quote-unquote paramilitary team, that had been operating since around 2005 was still relatively unknown to Police Executive 10, 15 years later?
yes. Yes.
Do you have any theories about why it seems to have been overlooked?
Why the section was overlooked, or why they didn't know really much about it?
Why they didn't know anything about it?
Well, chain of command in the police force changes so often. Promotions happen and people go change positions. So a lot of information is not being relayed or forwarded on what's required. Tactical policing, it's not a popular thing amongst the executive. It's one of those things that you're not going to get a pat on the back for championing, or you have a promotion, talk about how you develop the team. It's not going to be the ticket for the move forward, really, in my opinion. It's just one of those things which it's a problem that it was good to have when we needed it, but it was hard to deal with, hard to manage, and a lot of people a lot of executives go through their whole careers with actually having very little exposure to tactical situations, tactical management. It's just the way it works. So
why do you think Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're right. I finished.
I was just going to say, why did you? I mean, all workplaces are politics. Political. They have their politics. Interpersonal stuff. Why do you think that? Developing tactical teams was a difficult topic to raise with the executive. Why was it unpopular?
It's just not. Didn't seem to be a priority within resourcing and budgets. Unfortunately, the police force is like everything now. It seems to be a budget-focused environment, any sort of tactical team or response, whether it be coordinated or tactical, requires manpower, equipment, constant training. You've only got to look at see what TRG money they spend. They, of course, I think get federal funding because it's part of a requirement that each state has to provide a tactical team. So, but it's a hugely expensive, man-draining situation.
If we can just keep going through some of the issues that you saw and that you raised with the executive in those memos. A big one was staffing. It seemed to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you were having trouble retaining staff, or at least attracting staff to the team. Is that fair?
I wouldn't say retaining. Alice Springs Station is a very transient, I think it's one word you could use, is people move on. They do a couple of years of GDs, general duties. Either they go remote or they go to another major station, or they go to crime or something like that. So people move a lot. And that was one of my hopes with the section, that would provide some people who would, like to be part of it and provide a bit of stability and stay.
Is one of the problems also that these types of teams do need a dedicated team with specialist skills, a good command structure and discipline. In other words, the type of things that happen when you have full-time members of the team rather than people who are jumping in and out of different roles.
Most definitely a full-time position to manage and control is very desirable.
And do you think that might have affected, the types or how many people you were attracting to the position? Because it seems to me to have been the kind of thing that really enthusiastic people did if they were willing to give up days off and work on weekends. But for someone who wanted to, punch in their card, clock in, clock off, this part-time role just wouldn't have been attractive. Is that fair?
Any of those teams or those roles, they do attract people who have a good work ethic and good workload, and not afraid to do some work, and not afraid to be called on the week or turn up when they're called. And that was one of our biggest things, that part of the keenness is it's no use having a section if you ring anybody up and they just stay at home and don't do anything. So that was definitely one of the things we were looking for.
Can I ask you a question about command structure? You were the OIC of the IRT. The IRT SOP, which seems to have been enforced since about 2017, provided for a 2IC and provided for, certain responsibilities that they would have. Can you remember a time during your period with the IRT where there was a consistent 2IC?
It was never a structured 2IC. Just to go back to 2017, that was a key point, and you mentioned SOPs. That was when the section became, or ratified, I think is the word we're using, and that's when we developed our SOPs, formulated training structure, reporting for training. How that came about was, I don't know if that was mentioned in the statement, my memory fails me, but that was instigated by myself. I had to go to the Deputy Commissioner and just tell him the situation was getting out of hand and something had to be done. And I had to go over a lot of people's heads to do that. So that was how that started from 2017, and that's how the section became, had its command control SOPs and a bit more formulated. And from then we moved on. From a period of 2015 to 17, the section really failed in in many aspects of training and equipment. I don't know if you want to go into that or not, but 17 was definitely a turning point for the section.
Between 2017 and 2019, accepting that I'm sure there were improvements, do you think that the IRT could still have improved its command structure?
Definitely needed more human resources to facilitate that.
I mean, first you've got to employ someone to be the 2IC before you can have a meaningful command structure. Is that right?
You need the time to allocate it to 2IC. You need to train, and that would be as part of a full-time section, or having considerably more time allocated to develop 2ICs for that role.
One of the things that I think really impressed those listening when we heard from Meacham King about the TRG is how structured it is. Command is incredibly structured. With each mission, there's a designated team leader. Given what we know about some of the things that went wrong on the 9th of November 2019, miscommunication, different understandings of what the mission was, do you think that a more formal command structure or a clearer command structure would have assisted to prevent things like miscommunication?
Yeah, command and communication and structure are vital for anything, any section. TRG exactly is a prime example. They have, and I think a good comparison is they have 25, I think, operators. Well, was Miles there, and I think they have 5 sergeants, full-time sergeants to manage them, senior sergeant, superintendent, and all the time in the world to organise things. Whereas, obviously, that's something that was not afforded to me in my section. We tried, and you've seen the efforts that we took to achieve this. It was a tricky situation that it's something you couldn't force. You can't just say, I need this, I want this, because you're just not going to get it. You kind of sort of we kind of prove ourselves before we could go any further, and this is what we try to achieve. And at first, we achieved, in my opinion, great results.
And look, in fairness to you, you were asking for these things. You were raising issues like staffing, structure, possibility of full-time members in those memos. Can I just ask you on this issue of command structure? Obviously, one of the things we know about the 9th of November is that you had suffered an injury and you're on medical leave in Darwin. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I broke my arm.
And one of the things that emerged from the evidence of people like Senior Sergeant Sean Furness, who was the watch commander on the day, and Shane McCormack, who I think called the IRT members in so they could be deployed, is that there really wasn't a sense, as in people didn't really know who was in charge of the IRT while you weren't there. Do you accept that that's a failing of command structure that, we can learn about and change and try to better?
We can definitely learn and change. In my absence, Sergeant McCormack was the next highest rank. So he was, and I think it happened a couple of times, that he was the person to contact in relation to call-outs or manage as well. So we did have for the best we could do at that time, that was what we had.
Shane McCormack was definitely the point of contact, but was he performing the responsibilities of 2IC under the SOP?
He had never any formal training of 2IC. He had the rank, which with the rank goes the supervision and some command control that goes with the rank, or acting as the rank. So, but in the IRT function, there was just never a time to formulate a proper 2IC. We did have previous members, I think, who had worked in that role, but for only a very short time, who was equally experienced as me, but he had to leave.
So that
one of the
person
things that
had come from TRG as well.
Correct.
But Officer McCormack had not had that training.
No.
One of the things that seemed to emerge from Sergeant McCormack's evidence was that while he was the point of contact and, he was the phone book, he identified who was available, who'd work for rostering reasons, he didn't consider himself to be exercising tactical command over the group he deployed. Does that sound like a fair summary to you?
I'm not sure what the evidence he gave, but he wouldn't have the experience I've got in regarding the tactical command or deployment. But his responsibility was to call and also to attend the jobs as the sergeant.
Do you think that was something that was needed on the 9th? That is, someone in the position of tactical commander to assist to brief the IRT members who are being deployed, to ensure that the mission was clear, to ensure that there was a single line of communication between the IRT and people up the chain of command, like Superintendent Nobbs and the forward commander, Sergeant Frost. Do you think that was a bit of a missing link in this case?
Yes, I do. I think the level of communication and command was, I think, played a major factor.
Can I just understand that a little more? You said the level of communication and command played a major factor. What do you mean by that?
Well, Your Honour, generally, it was my position to talk or negotiate with the officer who was requesting IRT, whether it be it would generally be a superintendent, and we would discuss the situation, discuss the outcomes, what we wanted. They would put restrictions on us. We'd say how we could do it. Time permitting, a plan would be formulated, and how we can achieve what was the task put upon us. Sometimes if the time wasn't there, we would attend and we would assess the situation, then come up with a formulated plan. And they would even, I have emails where they say, yeah, attend, come up with a plan, let me know, and we'll go from there, sort of thing. So there was a level of command and control from between the super himself and other senior sergeants. Like we worked very well with other senior sergeants and superintendents.
But there wasn't really a replacement for you when you were away?
No, there wasn't. Not to my experience, no.
Sergeant Bonds, I'm really not asking you to kind of wade into some of the disagreements in the evidence about what happened at the Yundamun police station. I think that'd be unfair to you. There are different versions. I'm not asking you to say who's right and who's wrong, okay? But accepting that there might have been different views about what the mission was between some of the IRT team members and Sergeant Frost, or assuming that there might have been different views about the best way of going around things, do you think that an important role that someone in the IRT in your position could have played is to be a bit of a sounding board for the more junior members of the IRT if they were concerned about the mission?
That is definitely, in that situation, you've got two groups of people. You've got the IRT, which are the asset, which we attend, and we are an asset of the person who requests us. The police force commander has ultimate control over all communication, all plans. So we attend, and that's when any further communication or any ulterior plans or any discussions take place. To answer your question, would a more experienced or a sergeant in that position change things? Well, couldn't have heard, but that's for sure. Sergeant McCoy may not have had the tactical experience, but he was a sergeant. I think we all know that he knows how to talk, and hopefully there will be a fair bit more communication at a sergeant to sergeant level.
Let's just assume for a second that you've got a police forward commander, and then you've got a pretty junior member of the IRT on the ground under their command. The forward commander says, I want you to go left. And let's say the junior officer, for very good reason, thinks, oh, look, I really think we need to go right. It wouldn't be proper, would it, for the officer to get on the phone to Superintendent Nobbs to go above the head of the forward commander, would it?
That's a different or a unique example. With going over someone's head, not without communicating with the forward commander first. You've got to give someone the first option. If any officer, if they think something is not right, then communication is the key. We talk it out.
I suppose what I'm saying is that if you've got junior members in an asset like the IRT and assume that they have genuine concerns about an order, having a senior member like yourself or a 2IC available with tactical experience, even just to be a sounding board, surely would assist the communication between the junior members of the IRT and the forward commander.
Oh, 100%. The sergeant would have been talking to the forward commander. And and developing a plan to achieve the goal they want to achieve. And it may even be the case that the forward commander then goes back to the superintendent and says, are we happy with this? And they move forward from that point.
So we talked a little earlier about misperceptions of the IRT, and I really just want to open the floor up to you and hear what you've got to say about how you think that the IRT has been misunderstood.
No worries, thank you. I guess it stems from what my role was within TRG. I was the marksman team leader, sniper as they call them. Or green roll is another term. And so my role was predominantly looking after the cordon team or the high-risk cordon team. So we would go to incidents, we'd provide a cordon while the tactical operators would come up with their plan and ultimately into the house if they had to. So our role was one of cordon, containment, concealment, but we also were utilised for several other things, for formulating arrests or surveillance. And I wanted to take those skills to the IRT, which became, because I was acutely aware of the tag or being accused of being a tactical team when we're not, because the role of a tactical team or the IRT is it's the 1% of what we do. It's for cordon containment in a high-risk situation, and if something, like I said, we all know, I think we've said before, if a life-threatening situation occurs within that stronghold, which with the police control, we are trained to go in there and do it. You can't just sit back and go, let an untrained G members run in. And so that was that part of it. So I wanted to incorporate the skills that I'd learned, and it's basically demonstrated through every single job we did. We weren't door kickers. We never entered a house. We never did a 5 o'clock plan, I'm sorry to say. That wasn't what we did. That wasn't our methodology. I can give you some examples of the lengths we would go to for a Dr. River, for instance, arrest target. We would fly in police air wing. We would come in low so the community wouldn't see us. We would then, in civilians, organise a civilian vehicle. We'd get in that vehicle, we'd camp out in the bush for a day, and then we'd sneak in during the night to a location where we thought the offender may be hiding, because we had intel that he was hiding in the river, and we would set up and we would do some surveillance. On that occasion, we didn't see anything, so we left the community. The community didn't even know we were there. We returned back next week, did basically the same things. We had a fresh intelligence, and snuck in, and when the offender exited the vehicle from a remote location out of the town, because, sorry, I'm probably talking too fast.
No, I'm following.
On this occasion...
help yourself to a glass of water though.
On this occasion, the community was helping him avoid police, so when he exited the vehicle, we formulated an arrest. So that was what we call covert arrests, and it was basically the same as our first job that we did at Tillmouth World. I think you've referenced it with Unimoo, where we helped arrest that person who ran off with his daughter. The same thing, we disguised ourselves as mine workers and coordinated the arrest. So that was one aspect of what we did. Next aspect was overt. So we went from covert, which is hiding, to overt, which is patrols high visibility of patrols or letting people know we were there, working with the community, door knocking, relentless presence, and the desired effect was to either for the person to give themselves up or the community to assist in giving themselves up, or if the person would run. The desired result for us is if they ran, because they tire themselves out very quickly and they have very little fight in them when they've run 100 metres and they give up. So our history would demonstrate that they were two of the plans that we used, the running or the covert. There was no house door kicking jobs, there was no tactical entries at all. So I knew that would be the demise of the section if we became or labelled a mini TRG, and that's not what that. It went along the lines of our tactical training, but like I said, that was a 1% that we had to train for. So I have a history. We had all day. I could go through every single job we did, and they were basically so.
In terms of, we talked about a couple of the things that you tried to identify and rectify or develop during your time. We talked about resourcing, equipment, we talked about staffing. Are there any other big issues that you thought the IRT needed to overcome?
Any big issues? The section, as I saw it, its workload was picking up. It was hard to maintain as a part-time section. I was getting tired. I couldn't do 2 jobs at once. I've been doing it for 5 years, and a lot of it was on my own time. It needed to become a full-time section. While I said in my memos I appreciate there's not enough time or work for a full-time section, it could also be used for other things, patrols, youth patrols, liquor enforcement, and things like that. So that was, and obviously search and rescue.
Was training a part of that as well? The need to change the way you were training and increase the amount you were training?
Change the way we train. The training would basically, our training consisted of 2 parts, which was basically, well, at this stage it's firearms and the CQT version. If our role expanded, like into search and rescue, which I requested or showed an interest in, as I am a search and rescue manager, I wanted to develop the team to be a rapid response, mirroring TRG, and providing that response as well. So yes,
did you think
the question training would have increased?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the TRG, I think, do something like 3 to 4 months of full-time training when people start, and then there's pretty consistent training thereafter. Did you think that the IRT needed to significantly increase the amount it was training?
Yes. The TRG training is quite intense, and as you mentioned, it goes for 6 months, your solid training, and it's reinforced on a weekly to daily basis. IRT was once every 5 weeks, and that was to train in our core function, which was to perform that CQT role, which is the core function. So our training primarily was around that, because that was, and obviously cordon and containment, which was green role, so we did train in that. So we trained in our primary role, and we really didn't have much times or anything else.
I'm conscious of the time. We've been going for about an hour. I'm going to change to a slightly different topic now. Are you going okay? Bathroom breaks, water? Do you need anything?
I'm fine.
And Your Honour, can I just ask?
Sure, I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
I'll keep going. One of the things that you said in your first interview was that it was really important that you make a really good judgment call on whether we think someone's going to be suitable for the IRT. Does that reflect your state of mind?
A judgment call. It's not just a spontaneous decision. We have the luxury of seeing the person, the applicant, their work history, how they work, how they're seen, and that forms how we can make that judgment call.
And what are you assessing? What are the factors that you assess when, maybe judgment call is the wrong word, let's call it an assessment. What are the factors that you assess when you decide whether someone's suitable to start in a team like the IRT?
The process was we'd send an email out for expressions of interest. Probably might have that. Then this is from memory, we may shortlist that depending on certain factors, and then we would, the shortlist would be interviewed. But sorry, if you're asking what would you be looking for? Is that what you were asking again? Sorry.
I suppose I'm asking what character traits are you looking for in someone?
Motivated. Someone who is keen and enthusiastic. That's probably the biggest things, because, as I said, the section wouldn't survive if someone did not have that motivation, or they wanted to have an interest in it, because they just wouldn't go through what we asked them to do.
And this may sound silly or obvious, but is the reason that you do that suitability assessment because these people are potentially going to be working in a higher risk and higher stress environment?
It's hard to categorise how someone's going to act in a high risk or a life-threatening situation. I can't. It's hard to make that assessment, but you can judge a character, I guess, by the best you can, just from their work ethic and how they've acted, performing their duties role. That's basically what we fell on and we utilised. There is, as you mentioned, that has to be an attribute, but it's hard to judge. You have to have someone that's willing to run into a room knowing that they may not walk out of that room.
I'll just pause there. I'm going to ask you some more questions about that in a second, but while we're doing it, I just might ask the court officer if they could bring up the IRT SOP on the screen, because I'll ask you some questions about that. Or if there's a hard copy available in the court, I'm happy for you to just have a copy of it. They're not meant to be trick questions, but while that document's being brought up, can I just summarise, and partly I'm drawing this from the expression of interest document that was circulated, but the key skills are competence in relevant disciplines, like, firearms and the like. Enthusiasm, dedication, whether they're fit and motivated, committed to remaining in Alice Springs for the immediate future, and a desirable but not essential criteria. And a desirable but not essential criteria. And a desirable but not essential criteria. I think, yeah. And a desirable but not essential criteria of previous military or tactical experience.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Has that document been brought up on the screen?
That might be causing the issues, so we're all rushing to provide an alternate
if there is a
access,
spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a spare copy of the...
oh no, there we go, it seems good.
If there is a...
That's right.
When I found out that Patty was going to be doing the clean up in my class and the live stream, it's just going to be
Okay, great, okay.
All stand. Coronial Court is now in session.
That's okay. Yes, Mr. Coleridge. We can't hear you.
Sorry, Your Honour. Mr. Court Officer, can I have the camera back on Sergeant Bowens? Thanks, that's perfect. We talked a little bit about suitability when someone joins. I want to ask you now some questions about how you assess suitability on an ongoing basis. I suppose, could we start with this question? Do you accept that for a unit like the ART or TRG, it's really important to assess suitability on an ongoing basis?
To assess the suitability? Sorry, is that what you said?
The suitability of, yes, to make sure that members of the IRT remain suitable for deployment with the IRT.
Yeah, I think that goes for everything, really.
And do you have a copy of the SOP in front of you now?
I haven't. Probably might get one. Yes, go on now.
Do you want to turn to page 10 of the SOP?
Yes, I've got page 10.
So part 4 of the SOP is administration, and it contains things like responsibilities of the OIC and the 2IC and so forth. Do you agree?
Yes.
But then clause 4.2 deals with behaviour and performance. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
And if you turn over onto page 11, you'll see that there are 4 paragraphs.
Correct.
And in effect, what these paragraphs do is set out the situations where Commander of Southern Command, the OIC, or the Divisional Superintendent either have to or can, as a matter of discretion, stand someone down from the IRT. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And just quickly, while you are OIC of the IRT, can you recall any occasion where the commander, yourself, or the divisional superintendent considered the exercise of these powers?
No.
Okay. And they certainly weren't ever considered in Zach Rolfe's case?
No.
In 2019, can you recall who the commander of Southern Command was?
Commander, that'd be Commander Curry from memory.
And the divisional superintendent?
I think it could have been Superintendent Vickery. They rotated.
Yeah. Let's talk about the 4 paragraphs in a little more detail now. The first deals with performance improvement plans in a person's primary role. What is a performance improvement plan?
Or PIPs plan, we call them. It's basically if an issue was identified, then the member is given an opportunity to rectify their issues and move forward from that.
I take it issues could include things like someone's turning up to work late or not dressing appropriately.
But they're of a minor nature from my memory.
So
could it include things like
to go onto a PIPS plan?
I think PIPs plan aren't a serious conditional breaches, I think, from memory.
Okay.
They're not.
Did you say they are?
They are.
They are serious?
No, if
Okay,
it was a serious matter, there would be a serious breach of discipline.
Okay. So if, for example, there were concerns about force or the acceptability of the use of force, that's not the kind of thing you deal with in a PIP.
Those subjects have their own measures of investigation, interrogation through use of force reports, and if there's any issues dealt from them, then they are dealt through internal discipline. That's my knowledge.
So that brings us, I think, to the second paragraph. So members who are the subject of disciplinary investigation or penalty can be stood down at the discretion of the Commander of Southern Command in consultation with the OIC of the IRT. You agree that's what it says?
Yes, it does say that, yes.
And what this recognises is that disciplinary action, including an investigation into a disciplinary issue, can result in a person being stood down.
No, it says disciplinary action.
Well,
during
members who
stood down during the investigation. So if they're being disciplined for something, you can be investigated without being disciplined. So if my understanding of that, if they were issued like with a serious breach of discipline and it was being investigated, that's my understanding of that. Lots of people get investigated during quite often during police work.
I'm not saying that there would necessarily be a finding that anyone did anything wrong, but am I right that where the investigation is ongoing, the commander has a discretion, a choice. He can decide on a case-by-case basis whether the allegation is serious enough to warrant standing someone down.
I think it's, if they determine that if the situation is of a serious matter, because a complaint resolution process is a minor investigation, and if the matter is of a serious nature, then they have the power to do anything. They don't need IRT SOPs to do that.
I accept that they don't need it to do it, but the SOP is meant to give guidance about what should happen in the ordinary course. Do you agree?
It says there if they're being investigated for a subject of a disciplinary action. So that basically, my understanding of that is they're being disciplined more than they're being investigated. That's my understanding of that.
All right. Now, you said that this might recognise the seriousness of a complaint. Could it also recognise the fact that there are a high number of complaints of a similar nature?
By nature of policing, there quite often are complaints, different level of complaints that the members receive, yes.
Well, let me give you an example. Let's say you want to arrest someone for a minor offence. If the offence is minor, you might give them bail. If they commit 5 offences of a minor nature, minor but similar, you might reach a point where you realise, okay, the risk is a little bit different and maybe I need to consider refusing bail. Is that a fair analogy here, where the commander, presented with someone who has been the subject of a very high number of complaints, might decide, okay, I need to stand them down while these things are being resolved?
Before that's answered, it's an ambiguous question to compare criminal offences with complaints against police, which by very nature of their job, they're going to come into contact with civilians from which complaints might flow. Why not just put the example as disciplinary complaints or complaints against police? Are different.
Well, I think it was just done to provide an example of where there is repetition that might be a factor that is relevant for your consideration. I don't think it is put any higher than that.
To answer that, yeah, well, Barlow sort of has its own documents anyway, but it stands for the reason if a continuation of any sort of behaviour has to be decisions are made on those on the continuation of and the seriousness of what's happened. That's pretty standard for everything.
The third paragraph deals with DVOs. Let's pass over that for a second.
And just before we go there though, the standing down that's referred to here in this SOP is just a standing down from the IRT.
Correct.
It's not from any other responsibilities or duties.
No.
So it's just a specific consideration in relation to continuing to have a role in the IRT when certain matters are being investigated or when there's some disciplinary proceedings.
Yes, Your Honour. Like my understanding is with being investigated for being disciplined, or that's how my understanding. Because many people get investigated.
Sure. But it does include investigation, so there might be times when a matter is either serious or when there are a number of matters under investigation which might be of concern, and if it was of concern, this is a provision which allows or which means that it should be considered, and then if a determination is made, someone can be stood down from the IRT for a period of time whilst those matters are resolved.
Yes, that'll be up to the discretion of the commander, for sure.
In consultation with you.
I probably wouldn't have much to say on that, Your Honour.
But in the SOP, it includes in consultation with you.
Oh, yes, I'll take that if that's what it says, Your Honour.
Can you see why there might be a role for consultation with the OIC? Let's say Commander thinks, I might have a concern about this person, but I'm not too sure what they're doing within the IRT. Can you see how some communication between the Commander and the OIC might be important there?
Well, for sure. That's with any section, member performance is being monitored at all times, and happens daily.
And you might not be aware of their performance in their general or other duties, and it gives you an opportunity to be informed.
Correct. Yeah.
And whilst
the fourth and final,
whilst it might not, it might not even spark alarm bells for the general commander for general duties. It might be of concern to you in relation to the specific duties in IRT. So the commander might not be asking for anyone to be stood down, but you might say, look, in the circumstances, given the role of IRT, I think it's appropriate that this person be stood down from these specific duties at this time.
That's always an option, Your Honour.
the fourth and final category is a bit more open-ended. Effectively provides that the OIC, in consultation with the divisional superintendent, may at any time stand down a member who, due to personal or stress-related issues, should not be put into the tactical environment. Do you agree?
Yes.
And do you agree that that recognises that there are features of tactical work that mean that people presenting with certain personal or health issues or stress issues might not be appropriate for deployment?
Well, that's general rule of policing, but you're making relation to the IRT. That would, in that scenario, I would guess, would be maybe form the the 1% of our job that we are actually in a tactical environment and something would happen that would cause me to think that this person may be suffering as a result. But it also could be that IRT goes for a search and rescue and we've got to deal with a very badly decayed person. That's another part of the stress of the job that we've got to deal with. And so it's twofold. It might not be just the tactical environment, it's general policing. And
do you agree that...
Sorry.
No, you go, finish your...
No, I think that's right, I had.
Do you agree that these assessments, health, personal factors and so on, are more critical when you're deploying people to tactical jobs?
Sorry, you probably have to repeat that.
I accept that you have to make these assessments as a police officer, even of police officers who are doing general duties work, okay? But do you agree that it is more important for a team like the IRT that's doing tactical work to make sure that health reasons or personal reasons don't mean that someone has become unsuitable for deployment?
I'm just going to answer. It's policing all around. Everybody's,
I'm going to interrupt you. We've already talked about the part-time nature.
Yep.
And the ability to respond positively to call-outs that could be at any time and on top of your existing load.
Yes, Your Honour.
If someone was suffering from a health condition, which meant that they really didn't have additional capacity, whether they recognise that themselves or not, to positively respond or be in a position to respond to those sorts of call-outs, that would be a period of time when it might be appropriate to stand that person down so that you're not putting them under extra pressure. They've not got this added expectation that they'll say yes in circumstances where really when they're on their weekend leave or whatever, they really need to use that for leave and rest and recuperation.
Yes, Your Honour. I totally agree. Unfortunately, it's not unique to IRT. It's general policing on a daily. But yes, I agree with what you're saying.
Are you saying that it's not unique? Or are you saying that there's actually no difference between general duties and tactical teams in this regard?
General police deal with, well, I can use the experience of myself when I was in TRG for 10 years. When I came down to Alice Springs, I think in the first 6 months I had a couple of attempts, my life was in more danger than it probably was during the time at TRG. So it's definitely not unique to a specific section. I think policing has those risks, and they can be any time. And probably less in a tactical environment because it's that 1% I was telling you about.
Okay. I might read to you some of Meacham King's evidence on this topic. He was asked whether there'd be an expectation that a member of the TRG who was suffering from a psychiatric condition, like a depressive illness, would bring the condition to the attention of their senior officer. And he said, yes, definitely. He was then asked this question: I know these things are private, but your expectation as a leader of a tactical unit would be that you would need to know these things so that you could make a risk assessment when deploying a member. Is that right? And his answer was this: yes, definitely. If we had concerns for a member or they were going through, say, a marriage breakup or some child custody issues, we'd talk to them and then we would take it into consideration when deciding. It's more important if I'm going to deploy that member on a critical job where there's an extreme amount of stress and they're already under stress. Can they perform, or are we going to put them in a position where, and it kind of ... at that point. But can I suggest to you that what Meacham King is recognising is that the critical nature of a lot of the jobs that teams like IRT and TRG are deployed to mean that issues like marital stress, child custody issues are more pressing and need to be identified and addressed.
Oh, I 100% agree with what he said. But I'm not being defensive, but TRG perform a completely different role and probably place themselves in a higher stress situations more than IoT. But yes, that goes without saying. 100% agree with what he says.
Would personal reasons justifying someone being stood down include inappropriate attitudes to policing?
To police?
Policing. Their job as a policing. If you thought, look, someone really has the wrong idea about what their job is or how all of this is meant to work, could those attitudes affect your assessment of whether they needed to be stood down?
It would have to be recorded and gone through the process, but it has to be acted on. It's just not a case of not suitable being stood down, but that information has to be definitely acted on. If there is a concern from your superior officer.
Are you aware that by November 2019, and when I say are you aware now that Mr. Rolfe had been the subject of a number of complaints regarding his use of force?
I don't recall at that time that I was aware. My knowledge of complaints that they are between the member and the disciplinary board, and I think they're actually told it's not to discuss that with anybody. So I wasn't aware that there was any serious breaches of discipline being investigated for that stage, from my memory now.
I mean, you were his patrol sergeant. You were a patrol sergeant for Patrol Group 5, weren't you?
I was Patrol Group 1 predominantly, and towards the end I think we might have went to 5.
Alice Springs is a relatively small police station. Do you not get a sense of who has a reputation for using force?
There's lots of reputations in the police force. There's no, I wasn't aware of that, but we have reputations of people who have higher arrest rates than others. And that does go, they go hand in hand quite often.
Senior Sergeant Alistair Gall was another sergeant in the Alice Springs Police Station back in 2019.
Oh, sorry, yes, he was. That was the question, yes.
Are you aware of him expressing a view in his evidence that he was aware that towards the end of 2019 people were talking about Mr. Rolfe's uses of force?
I haven't listened to his evidence.
No, but were you aware of it at the time, that his view was that people, including the executive, were talking about Mr. Rolfe's uses of force?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2019, one of the complaints that had been made against Mr. Rolfe was a complaint by a Malcolm Ryder?
You probably get a bit more detail. What was the incident in relation to that?
It was an arrest at a house in Alice Springs that resulted in a man called Malcolm Ryder ending up with a gash to his forehead. What might jog your memory is that it went to hearing in front of Judge Borchers in
yes.
May.
The domestic.
Okay. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I remember now. Yes.
Yeah. You would have heard about that hearing at the time it occurred, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you would have heard about it because Judge Borchers made very strongly worded findings about Zach Rolfe.
He made reference to that his evidence was, I think, different from other police officers, or I'm not 100% on what he said.
But it wasn't just a reference, was it? He found that Mr. Rolfe had assaulted Mr. Ryder. Were you aware of that?
No, I don't think that was the gist of it.
Okay. Were you aware that he'd found that Mr. Rolfe had been dishonest and had given false evidence to the court in order to conceal his assault on Mr. Ryder?
I didn't really take much heed to about that court case. I know people involved, and I knew the incident was chaotic, as half the people have been sprayed, and to me it was pretty much a volatile situation, and I knew there was conflicting reports of what had happened in there, which is, in those circumstances, is, I think, accepted. It's people do have different reports, but yeah, I really don't know the exact details of that case.
You might think that the one person who did know the details was the judge who heard the evidence in the hearing.
He was definitely have more knowledge than I would, yes.
Yeah. Would those strongly worded findings not have concerned you? A very experienced judicial officer, not just saying that they have a doubt about someone's honesty, but positively finding that they were dishonest.
Well, if that had been the case, then I think some probably more serious repercussions would have occurred, and they're above my pay scale to consider.
Well, let's turn to the people who occupy that pay scale, because as at November 2019, the matters were being investigated by Crime Command. Were you aware of that?
Yes, sorry. I think I probably should point out, Your Honour, that my hearing is not the best and it conflicts with tapping and stuff, and not saying don't do it, but I'm just saying it's not the best as it should be. So I apologise if I have to ask you again sometimes.
No, don't apologise, and we'll just try and keep it down in the court as much as we can.
Were you aware that in November 2019 or thereabouts, Crime Command were investigating Zach Rolfe in relation to the Ryder incident?
No.
Okay. Accepting that those things were out of your pay scale, aren't the findings that Borchers made, just the fact that he made the findings, leave to one side whether they're true or not true, but aren't the findings that Judge Borchers made and the fact that Crime Command was investigating Zachary Rolfe things that should have been considered when determining whether or not he should have been stood down from the IRT?
It's information I didn't know, and I really can't give an opinion on that, because if he had done something wrong, he would have been investigated, had a serious breach of discipline, 79 issued, then I would have been informed, and then we could have taken it from there. I know that that case had a lot of moving parts, and like I said, I'm not all over them. So I can only go from what was presented in front of me. I didn't know he was being investigated by Crime Command. There was some I can't even recall that I even knew about the comments back then. I really didn't know much about it. I know there was a major, like I think the domestic, and they went there and there was a aggressive male on the phone or something like that was thrown or something from memory. That's about my knowledge of it. I didn't really go into the details of it.
I'm not suggesting. Okay. I'm not suggesting with these questions that you did know. I'm just trying to work out what might have happened if you did know. So let's assume that you'd been given a copy of Judge Borcher's ruling and you'd seen, okay, the judge who's considered the evidence has decided that Zach Rolfe assaulted someone and that he's been dishonest about it. And let's say you were informed by Crime Command that it was investigating Zach Rolfe, including for the offence of perjury. Would you have considered whether he needed to be stood down from the IRT under the SOP?
Your Honour, that question contains about 5 hypotheticals. How is it relevant to assisting you? My submission to you is it's really not a proper or relevant question.
Well, I don't think the hypotheticals are unrealistic. They're based on material which may well have been available to this officer at the time, and he may well have been asked to exercise a discretion under the SOP, and he's now just being asked to reflect on whether or not, if he was given that information or had access to that information, how he might have exercised his discretion.
So he's been asked to give his opinion as opposed to giving facts?
Yes. Not what he would have done, but on reflection, whether or not he might have considered standing the person down, and on reflection, whether or not he was confronted with those facts, that might have been sufficient to stand somebody down. I think that's his opinion in relation to the application of the SOP. And I'm happy to receive his opinion on that as the officer in charge.
To answer it, no, I wouldn't have. I would have, it would have had to come down from a higher command. I probably would have liaised with the commander or something, because I'm not privy of all the information. So it would have been a joint decision before I made any call like that.
I just want to unpack that a little bit. So your evidence is, if you'd been presented with that information, you wouldn't have personally made the decision, but you accept that it would have required a decision from someone more senior than you.
I would have spoken to someone higher. I don't have all the information. Like I said, I just didn't have all the information. I would definitely brief up and find out what's going on. If the commander had some serious concerns, then we could move on from there.
Okay. But that's not a step you took in this case because you didn't know these things.
Yeah, correct. I had little no knowledge of that court case.
The next thing I want to ask you about is medical and mental health. Now, I want to suggest to you and ask if it is consistent with your memory that some of the messages between Mr. Rolfe and others, including his family, suggest that he was experiencing burnout, insomnia, and increasing symptoms of psychological distress from about the beginning of 2019. Now, can you recall Mr. Rolfe having a hard time throughout 2019?
No.
Okay. Can you recall talking about him feeling burnt out?
No.
Okay. Can I suggest to you that on the 8th of February 2019, he sent you a message to apologise for something. He said, "Hey, brother, sorry I've been slack lately. I'm burnt out as fuck." And the exchange continued. Does that jog your memory?
He's what, sorry?
He was burnt out as fuck.
Burnt out?
Yeah, burnt out as fuck.
Oh, I don't recall the message, but it might have been the excessive workload of general duties, policing Alice Springs. I think we're all a bit burnt out, but no, I don't recall that message.
Were you aware that in October 2019 or thereabouts, he attended at a GP, was diagnosed with a depressive illness and was prescribed the drug escitalopram?
No.
You can accept from me that escitalopram is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor or an antidepressant. And I want to read to you some parts of a report of a professor, a psychiatrist, who gives some opinions about that type of depressive illness and that type of antidepressant. He says...
I'm not sure that reading out an opinion of an expert about what Mr Coleridge intends to examine with this witness is relevant. The question has been asked about whether he knew. His answer is, I did not. Those would be questions that can be properly framed to Mr Rolfe in due course.
Well, I think...
Your Honour.
Sorry, yes, Mr Coleridge.
I'm not asking this witness to express an opinion about Mr Rolfe's mental health. I'm going to provide the witness with some assumptions about his mental health and ask him whether they would have been relevant considerations under the SOP.
But, Your Honour, they're merely assumptions.
That's right. We're understanding the kinds of issues that are relevant to whether or not an officer in charge of the IRT may think that that kind of information is relevant as to a person's suitability to deploy as part of the IRT.
Sure.
And he is the officer in charge, and I expect he can give evidence about that.
Sure, propositions can be put, if you knew someone suffered X or was going through Y, what would you do about it, if anything? But to read through chapter and verse the psychologist's report on assumptions is, not convenient at the time.
I don't think the psychologist's report is about assumptions, it's about the impact of that medication, as I understand it.
Your Honour, perhaps we'll see what question Mr Coleridge asks, and then if I renew the objection, I will.
May I just say that I don't know of any qualification that my client has to cope with expert evidence on psychology.
No, I don't think he's asked to do that. The SOP says the OIC, in consultation with the divisional superintendent, may at any time stand down a member who, due to personal or stress-related issues, should not be put into the tactical environment. And I think Mr Coleridge is exploring what are the kinds of personal or stress-related issues that the officer in charge of the IRT considers relevant in exercising this discretion to stand somebody down. And he's being asked specifically about depression and about the effects of a particular medication. Are they the kinds of things that would be relevant to consider in determining whether or not someone should be stood down? That's what I understand the question to go to.
Well, if the question is, should a person suffering from depression be stood down, or if the question is, if somebody is taking medication which causes adverse reactions, should he be stood down? That I don't have a problem with based on your previous ruling. The problem I've got is that we have a lay policeman who's having a psychologist's report being read to him. He doesn't have it in front of him, and he's supposed to comment on what the expert psychologist has said.
No, he's not being asked to comment on what the expert psychologist has said. He's being asked if he had that information, is it the kind of information that could have informed his decision-making in relation to whether or not somebody should be stood down?
Maybe.
Your Honour, can I indicate for Mr Sutner's benefit, the passages I'm going to read from are not complex psychiatric jargon. In some ways, they're easier to understand than just the description depressed or depression. They're just symptoms.
If Sergeant Bowen and I are going to understand it, then I can take it no further.
We'll see how we go.
Sergeant, let's assume that someone had an illness that was associated with significant difficulties with information processing and threat perception. That illness would be relevant to whether or not they were suitable to be deployed with the IRT. Do you agree?
Yeah. Ask me to respond to a diagnosis. I don't have diagnosis in front of me. I have people in front of me. So I make judgment calls on the people, how they act, what they say to me. That's how I can respond to see how they are or what they tell me regarding their psychological problems. So in response to that question, it's a hard one to answer because I wouldn't have that information to start with. That question could be applied to everything. So
let's forget that this is a psychologist, okay? Let's say a member of the IRT comes to you and says, boss, I've got depression and I'm having significant difficulties processing information and difficulties with threat perception. If they told you that, it's a pretty simple statement, isn't it?
Of course, yep.
And if they told you that, you would consider under that fourth paragraph whether they needed to temporarily be stood down from the IRT, wouldn't you?
In the police force. It's basic officer welfare.
Sure, but we're just asking you, as the officer in charge of the IRT.
Yeah. If someone approached me, Your Honour, and definitely had difficulties and demonstrated that they were suffering, of course I would put things in place for them to, if you want to call it to this, not be with the IRT but also speak to people to seek assistance. So I hope it answers, but it's
what if an officer came to you and said, look, boss, my doctor's put me on a new drug and the drug is likely to impact my capacity for behavioural inhibition to threat? Would that concern you or cause you to consider whether they needed to be stood down from the IRT or from the police force more generally?
That's definitely something you've got to look into to see if they can perform their role, whether in the IRT or in the police force.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you understand why Meacham King said, look, I expect officers in tactical units to disclose information like this, despite the privacy concerns, to their senior officers in those units?
Yeah, definitely. I understand.
Okay. Because you need to know to make an informed decision about public safety under the SOP.
It helps if we have information with people under our control, for sure.
Okay. You gave some evidence, some pretty compelling evidence, if I might say so, about how much you cared about the reputation of the IRT and how important it was to you that people not write the IRT off as another group of cowboys who went round kicking down doors. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Was that a red one or just verbal recently?
I think that was
yes.
earlier this morning.
Right, yeah. I don't remember from Cowboys, but...
No, I don't think you used the word cowboys, but you talked about kicking. We don't go kicking down doors.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Yes, you're right.
If a member of the IRT was revealed to have attitudes that were inconsistent with what you wanted for the IRT, would that concern you?
Well, Your Honour, attitudes in what respect? In the course of his employment, in the course of particular jobs, his private life, or what?
I'll read the message, Your Honour. On the 30th of July 2019, Zachary Rolfe sent a message in which he described the role of the IRT in this way. We have a small team in Alice, IRT, Immediate Response Team. We're not full-time, just get called up from GDs for high-risk jobs. It's a sweet gig. Just get to do cowboy stuff with no rules. Was that your view of the IRT at the time, that it was cowboy stuff with no rules?
No, definitely not. But if I can probably put that into some kind of context. And I've also come from, not as much as Zach, but a military background where everything's formulated. You can't do anything without being told. And coming from that environment to a police force is, well, for one word, it's refreshing because you're allowed to make decisions without being told what to do every 2 seconds. So that could be a reason why that sort of thing. The terminology is, I'm not a fan of the terminology, that's for sure, because it doesn't represent what we are and what we were, but I think he was just, talking a bit of crap.
Let's forget about the attitudes in the text message and focus on some of the other matters we've been discussing. I accept that your evidence is that you didn't know about a lot of these things, but in hindsight, some of the things we know are that there had been a number of complaints about unjustified use of force. 2, that there was a perception among people within the Alice Springs police station, like Alistair Gall, that Mr. Rolfe was developing a bit of a reputation for the use of force. 3, a very experienced judicial officer had made positive findings that he'd used force unlawfully. 4, a very experienced judicial officer had made positive findings that he had lied in order to conceal that use of force. 5, there was an ongoing criminal investigation by Southern Crime Command into potential allegations of perjury. And 6, that all of that was occurring against the backdrop of a decline in Mr. Rolfe's mental health and his transition onto medication. If you had known those things, very serious consideration would have been given, either by you or by someone up the chain, as to whether Mr. Rolfe needed to be stood down from the IRT.
It's information, obviously, I know I've said I haven't had. I don't judge people by a, 2 a group of information. I worked with Zach on many deployments, and that's how I judged Zach, and I judged his behaviour, I judged his attitude. Those things described, some of them, I remember the court case, I know very little of the other ones, that it would be cause for a review of someone if they wanted to correlate all that information all in one go and make a decision. I dare say if we did the same thing for every person in the police force, would be in may even be a similar position. But so the answer to your question is everything needs to be reviewed, and a decision needs to be made on those reviews.
Okay. But the review didn't occur in this case because you didn't know?
No, I didn't know those things. What I dealt with in Zach, he wasn't in my patrol group. He was one of my more respected operatives in IRT. He's reliable. I worked with him closely on many occasions. Demonstrated integrity and professionalism in front of me.
If you had been presented with all of those facts, you would have given serious consideration to whether he needed to be stood down. Not asking you whether you would have stood him down, but you would have seriously considered whether he needed to be stood down.
The ball would have been put in motion for higher command.
Okay.
If someone presented a sheet with all that, go, well, let's take up to the commander, which I suspect professional standards would have, should have, and could have maybe already have done. I don't know. At my level, what I'm doing, I've got that's way beyond me.
Okay. But
deal with what's in front of me.
Do you accept that if that information had been presented to whoever was responsible for making the decision, there is every chance that Zakharov would not have been deployed to Yuendamu on the 9th of November 2019?
I can't. Those things need to be looked into. I can't say yes or no.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable saying yes or no because it's a decision which needs to be investigated and looked into and go through due process.
Process that didn't occur in this case.
Sorry?
A process that didn't occur in this case.
Well, to my knowledge, it mustn't have occurred or didn't occur.
I want to ask you some questions now about culture. I'm conscious, Your Honour, that it's 2 o'clock in Melbourne, which I think means that it's 12:30 where you are. Are you happy for me to keep going, or will the court take lunch at 12:30?
I can't remember what we put out in our...
That's the advertisement, well, the time that is on the Coronial website.
About how much longer have you got, Mr Coleridge?
Probably half an hour, Your Honour, a little less.
I think I'm happy to continue.
Okay.
Unless it causes any difficulty because someone's planned their day around our schedule. We'll continue.
Look, I just want to ask you some questions quickly about relationships between senior and more junior officers within the police force. So mentorship, role models, questions like that.
Yes.
In fairness to you, I want to let you know that a number of police officers, junior officers, but also more senior officers have identified you as someone who is a mentor to police officers and have identified you as a positive mentor. But I suppose I just want to start by asking you why it is important to create and maintain positive relationships between senior and more junior officers.
Why is it important? As in me being the senior officer and the junior officers, The sergeant role is, to me, I think one of the most important roles because we're hands-on, we deal with the junior members constantly, provide leadership guidance, teaching. We are an extension from what they learn at college, and we're with them for the next 6 or 8 months or however they stay with us in the patrol group. And they look to us for leadership and, as you said, mentor. And we try and teach them where the mistakes we made, what not to do, what to do. So it's a role which is not replicated anywhere in the police force. And that's why I've always maintained this rank. I have no desire to go to a higher rank because I like dealing with this position, and I like mentoring people and being that role model and remaining in front line. So
you said that. Sorry.
No,
you said that in your opinion, the sergeant's the most important rank, and I should say you're not the first person to say that in this inquest. I think it's been said 2 or 3 times. Am I right that that's because you're sufficiently experienced at that point to lead by example, but you're not so far up the chain that you've stepped away from day-to-day involvement with junior police officers?
Yeah, that's correct. You form relationships with your junior members, and you teach them the best you can.
You model behaviours that the force wants to reinforce with the police officers, positive behaviours?
Our job is to model the corporate objectives of the police force and project that onto our junior members.
And it's also to set expectations about unacceptable behaviour and to make it clear that departure from those expectations will be dealt with fairly but firmly. Fair?
Definitely, they need to be identified and assessed.
I want to ask you some questions, and I'm not going to beat around the bush, about some things that have been said about race and racism and some text messages.
Yep.
So you're aware who Claudia Campagnaro is?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you're aware that in October of 2022, she gave evidence that you were someone who was freely using racist terms in the workplace.
She what, sorry?
Sorry. She gave evidence that you were someone who was freely using racist terms.
Oh, did she?
This is your opportunity to comment.
Well, I didn't work with Claudia. She wasn't in my patrol group. So I don't know where she came up from that point of view. Yes. Claudia had her own issues within the police force, and probably saying things about me was probably less of them. I don't hold anything she says with any credibility at all, to be honest.
So I suppose, unless you saw it corroborated in writing, you wouldn't be willing to believe something that Claudia Campagnaro said?
No, I wouldn't. Sorry.
All right. Well, on the 9th of July 2019, you sent a message to Zach Rolfe describing
just before it gets to the message, can I just ask Mr. Coleridge to reference the number in the MFI MMM that we're all working from, so it's easy to pull up?
337.
Thank you.
You were speaking to Zachary Rolfe about the arrest of an Aboriginal person in a remote community, and Zach Rolfe had evidently chased the individual, and you said these bush coons aren't used to people going after them. Do you accept that the word coon is a racist term?
I absolutely do, yes.
Do you want to explain the comment or provide comment on it? This is your opportunity.
It's on a text message, Your Honour, which, from what I looked into, was July 2019. I think I was at home. Zach was replying to, we were talking about a job where he was with bush cops talking about chasing an offender, which was not uncommon. A comment, I made that comment. I have no absolute memory or recollection of that comment whatsoever. It's not something I say. I don't like the term. It's not who I am, but it's there. I have to accept it, but it's completely foreign to me, and it's not something I definitely say to Zach Roll, being a junior member. It's not something I would say to anybody, but I'm conflicted that it's there, and
is a fair summary of your evidence that you accept that you said it, you don't know why, and you're not seeking to excuse it?
There is no excuse.
I don't think I need to ask you anything more about that. Perhaps just this. Do you accept that it's important that sergeants and other more senior police officers lead by example when it comes to using language like that?
Yes, I do.
Because even if you're doing it flippantly or in jest, it can normalise that kind of language.
Most definitely, yes.
Okay. The last thing I wanted to ask you about, and really this is just to give you an opportunity to comment on it, is something else that Claudia Campagnaro said in her evidence. She was asked, and Your Honour, this is at 2762 of the transcript on the 28th of October 2022. She was asked about a part of her statement where she said that Zach Rolfe had told Claudia that a lot of his unjustified forces were just swept away by the senior sergeants that were in charge of him. And then she was asked, you mean that Zach actually specifically told you, Ms. Campagnaro, that the unjustified use of force was swept under the carpet? And she answered, yes, he did. He told me that Lee Bowens and Alastair Gall had on several occasions dealt with his, reports and unjustified forces for him. And she was asked, and when he was telling you that, did he say that they had dealt with his use of force or his unjustified use of force? That is, did he give you the impression that the force he had used was not justified and they just got rid of it? And she answered, yes, that's correct. Do you have anything to say about that suggestion?
Yes, I stated that Zach was never in my patrol group. So I never had the opportunity to do use of forces for him on the patrol group. I don't believe I did any use of forces for IOT deployments because our use of forces were basically non-existent. So unless my name is on a use of force that you can present to me, I can comment on, I'd say it's completely untrue.
All right. Those are my questions, Your Honour.
You said that you've mentioned the IEA, or EIA, which is
IEA,
immediate emergency
Immediate emergency action.
action. And that is something that is utilised when lives are at risk, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honour. It's a high risk incident, declared high risk, which is different from a high risk of arrest, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So declared high risk incident is through the Assistant Commissioner, or I think the TRG is the Commissioner. That sets the wheels in motion for a set of plans to be implemented under the siege management strategy, which have formal plans, they get signed off. The process involves it still involves a police forward commander, but also involves a tactical commander who provides advice to the police forward commander who ultimately makes the decision. So, and the IEA is a plan which the TRG do as well, and it's.
But it's when there's a cordon and control in place and there's an emergency that requires a response to save life.
One of the cordon members on the site said he could be saying, or a gunshot goes off, or he's now stabbing her. We've got to go in.
And when you said one of the things you look for when you're determining whether someone is suitable for the IRT was whether they're willing to run into a room they might not walk out of, and that's the occasion when that could occur.
Yes, when that's going into a situation where you physically know that something is actually occurring in that house, whether they're armed. It's one of the most dangerous things you'll do as a police officer.
So it's an emergency response in very specific circumstances.
Correct, yep. And it's a predetermined plan that has been already pre-approved and signed off. There may be some triggers to activate it, so you don't have to sit there and go in. It's like, oh,
But you train for that, but from what I understand, that is not something that you've ever actually had to use.
No. And because we train for that, it is a large component of our training.
Sure.
And I guess it's like the airport fire is. They train forever and hopefully never have to be used, but it's a skill that has to be maintained.
And another thing that you train for are tactical entries into locations, but again, you've told us that that's something that you've never had to use.
Yeah, entries forms part of an IEA. We have to learn how to get into a house quickly. So we call it method of entry. So for us, it's manual. We'll have a knock-knock or a sledgehammer and things like that. General duties actually can utilise them through the warrant. Like detectives utilise that through warrants quite often. It gets more complicated when the tactical teams have to do it. We require a lot more planning. So if that makes sense. So yes, and to answer your question, we've never done a forced entry.
So when you say tactical entries, are they only forced entries?
Tactical entry can be forced, or if you have another way of getting in, so you're tactically getting into the stronghold of the house as quickly as you can. If the door's open, go at it. You always test the door handle first before you go kicking it in because it could be open,
So is the difference from a tactical entry point of view? If you go up and the door's locked and you kick it in, it's a tactical entry, and if the door's open, it's not?
No, it's still a tactical entry because you're getting into the house as quickly as you can to perform the IEA. So you're tactically getting into that house as quick as possible.
So tactical entries only relate to IEAs.
Yeah, it does get confusing. You can forced entry into a house for an IEA is you're forcing your way into that house. Whether the door's open, closed, or anything, you're forcing your way into that house, and that's the IEA component. You're not knocking the door saying, "Oh, anybody home?"
Sure.
You're kicking the door down. You're getting in any way you can.
So that's an IEA.
Correct. During a high risk plan.
Forced entry.
Forced entry. Yeah.
All right, but
Which,
what's a tactical entry then?
Oh, it's the same thing. Sorry, it was another term. It's another term.
Do you have any questions from that, Mr. Coleridge?
I don't.
We will adjourn for lunch.
Coronial Court stands temporarily adjourned.
Your Honour, if you're still on the bench, can I ask?
Yes, Mr. Coleridge.
Could I just ask you to confirm what time court will resume? It's now 12:45.
It's 1:45 here, so we'll resume at 1:45, 1 hour.
Thank you.
You're waiting. I'm in, so I'll just cancel, okay?
Hang on, just wait, because if I can't get in, we'll use your computer.
You're not on mute.
Yes, I'm here.
I can hear, so I'm going to leave.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, JP. No, I'm off. Andrew's dialed in.
Christian, we can
Yeah.
hear you talking.
Yeah, I know, but as soon as Andrew dialed in, I cancelled mine. Hey, I've sent you an email. You know the index that I sent that you worked off last night to find the brief references? That was superseded by the email that I sent with the updated brief index.
Christian's not muted. No, you got to mute and get out, I think.
What's that, sorry, Julian? We'll just have a look at some. So actually, there's 3 items that I don't have the brief reference for. So there's 15 items on the updated brief index, rather than not. I think when you said I see. Okay, that's fine. I wasn't privy to that.
How do I turn this camera back on?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been looking. I can't find them. Right.
Yeah.
Andrew's in.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Paula, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear
Andrew's
me?
in.
Hang on.
Okay. Hang on.
Oh, hang on.
Can you see me? Listen, can you come and help me turn this camera on?
Can you hear me?
See me? Yes.
That's weird. So apparently people could hear me, but I'm not even.
Listen, can you help me turn this camera on?
Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
That's weird. So apparently people could hear me, but I'm not even. Yeah, I'm not connected.
It's coming through here.
Andrew and Christian, we can hear you. We can't see you. Paula, we can see you and hear you. But everybody should turn their microphones off because it's recording.
That's you, Andrew.
That's you, Andrew Bowe. Could you turn your microphone to mute?
Okay, just hold on, please. How to do it. Am I on mute now?
No, you are talking. We can hear
Christian,
you. On the top right, on the top right, yeah.
Just testing. Can you see me and hear me now? Paula,
Yes.
can you see me and hear me now, Gria?
Yes.
Okay, I'll turn the mic off now.
Can I just say there is a bit of reverberation?
Paula, can you see me and hear me now, Gria?
Yes. Yes.
It's going on a loop again, unfortunately.
I'm not sure if he can hear us. Is everyone except for Mr. Bowe on mute? That's okay.
Your Honour, it's Mr. Bowe here. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we've just got another ringing noise, Mr. Bowe.
Yes,
so
we
we're
have
trying
that.
to work
We
out
have
what
that as well.
source of that is.
Thank you.
Mr. Bowe, can you just give us a testing so we can see how we go?
Your Honour, it's Mr. Kumanjayi.
Sorry,
I'm
can
texting.
anybody hear me? Because I can't hear anybody.
I can certainly hear you, Mr. Bowe.
Patrick, you can hear me, I take it? Apparently I can be heard, but I can't hear anybody at the moment.
That's just because everybody's on mute while they're figuring it out. Just sit there until they speak to you.
Okay.
Mr. Bowe, can you hear me? No. So we have him on the video. It's okay. Look, apologies for the problems with technology. It's not unexpected. We'll work our way around it. I'll just quickly go off the bench. It might be that we have Mr. Bowe on the video link, but we speak to him and hear him over the phone. So we'll just try and make those arrangements.
That's not what's early? No.
No, my microphone's on. I can hear you. Yeah.
So just go.
to? Yes. Okay, and then can you give me his number and we'll get the court officer to call in? Just text it to me.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Andrew.
Hello?
Can you hear us? Andrew, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. If you want to still have your video on, you're welcome to, and then we'll just
Yes.
have to take the audio by phone.
On this line here.
Yes, just as we are. So I'll just go let her
I just wonder, could you do this, Maria? Would you better ring me on my landline so I can have it on speaker so I can just speak into it?
Yes, the sound. If it affects the sound quality too much, though, we may not be able to use the loudspeaker.
Landline. Oh, I see. And so I've got to have my hand up. But if I mute on my end the mic, leave the camera on,
Yes.
I'll be able to see.
That's right.
And I'll put the phone onto. Okay, just stay on this phone then.
Okay. So are you happy for me to go and tell Her Honour that we can resume?
Yes, now just make sure there's no vision at the moment from the court. Yeah?
Yes, just a second, Andrew.
Sure.
Maria, it's full.
So mute the computer phone. Mute the computer phone. Record to.
Andrew, you should be back in the waiting room, I think, or able to.
I'm in the link. I can see Paula, Elizabeth Bulge, and Mark Formosa, but I can't see the court.
Andrew, if we can't do that, we'll just have to proceed just with the phone, I think.
Sure. Okay. But I can't see anybody. Okay, so.
How about now?
Should I get Christian to dial in instead of me on the computer to see if that works?
We can see you on the screen now. Can you see?
Yes.
Can you see the courtroom now?
I can see Paula, Elizabeth, and Mark Formosa, but I was seeing Sergeant Bowens before, but he went off about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, just stay dialed in there, and we'll try and fix
Sure.
that. Thank you.
I've now lost Mark.
Can anybody hear me on through the computer? Can anybody hear me on Teams?
I can hear you on Teams. Can you hear me?
I can. Sergeant Bowens, can you hear me? No. No.
Apparently you're on live stream and you can be, and people can hear you, which means I assume they can hear me saying this. So that's weird. So you're through the Teams platform, somehow you're linking to the live stream.
Yeah, just Sergeant Bowens, can you hear me? Paula, can you still hear me?
Yes, I'm not listening to the live stream though.
No, nor am I. Apparently we're being heard on live stream, but not in the courtroom.
Sorry, could I also just check? It's Elizabeth Dolch speaking. Can people hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got Mr. Bowe without the ring.
It's another email that's come through.
Easy. Sent some time ago.
Okay, Mr. Bowe, we can hear you now through. Is that the phone or the computer that
And
you're using?
on my screen, it shows that Alice Springs is on mute.
Can you hear me, Mr. Bowe?
I can hear you, Andrew.
Just got a new Teams link sent to us.
I think that's a delayed one.
No, it's a new one.
Okay.
Mark Formoso, can you hear me at all? On my screen, it says Sergeant Bowens is sitting there and Alice Springs Local Court has a mute sign across the microphone.
Go back to the
Maria, should we start with someone else and deal with this in the afternoon tea break?
If you just bear with me for a second, but I'll take that suggestion for just a second.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us, Mr. Coleridge?
And if somebody would let Maria know that her phone to me, to my mobile that she was talking to me on, that line has dropped out. So she needs to call me again or give me a number to call. That was it.
Mr. Bowe, can you hear me?
Hello,
Oh, Mr. Bowe, can you hear me?
I can. I can hear you, Maria.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we're going to have to proceed without the video for you, I'm sorry. It's the only way that we seem to be able to make it work. If you can hear us.
Yep.
Alternatively, we can try and fix this later so that we can try and have you on video, but we'd have to move to another party to
Yeah,
start.
sure. Well, perhaps what I might do is put on the live stream and put that on mute so I can at least see him. And then I'll stay on the phone.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I'll go and let her on and know that.
Yeah. Either way, I'll go ahead on the phone.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Bowe.
Okay. You should put yourself onto.
Mr. Coleridge?
I'm here.
Excellent. You might be best if you can please put your phone on mute unless you're addressing the court.
I will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take a seat. Mr. Bowe, I understand you're on the phone and we can proceed that way. Sorry about the inconvenience.
That's okay, Your Honour. I can see the courtroom on the live stream, and I'm hoping you can hear me through the phone.
Yes, just keep the phone close to you so that we can hear you clearly.
Sure. Others may benefit so they're not confused by which bald man is speaking. Anyway, should I start, Your Honour?
Yes, please.
Sergeant Bowen.
Can I also just say the sergeant does struggle a little bit to hear, so if you really can try and keep your voice up, that would be appreciated.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. Sergeant Bowens, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm one of the counsel acting for the Walker, Lane and Robertson families. You know who they are?
Yes, I do.
And just so you know, there's a bit of a delay between the visual and audio, so I'll just have to be slower when I'm asking you questions. Firstly, thank you for offering yourself up to give evidence. The family certainly appreciate hearing from you in your position as the officer in charge of the IRT team. Because of the matters covered by counsel assisting, whilst I've got a chronological narrative, I will just go into general propositions first. If you need more context for the question, because I'm going on the answers that you've already given, please let me know and I'll try to make sure that you understand the proposition I'm seeking to make.
Sure.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Thank you.
It's a bit hard, but I'll probably ask.
Sure, I'll be as close to the phone as I can. Now, just insofar as your involvement in the setup of the IRT, is it fair to say that that project was one initiated of your own volition rather than something that you were directed to do?
Yes, the court and containment team, which it was known by, was already in existence, but I took it upon myself to try and assist it and to build up on it. That's
yes, and you brought with you a wealth of experience in your time with the TRG, and if I may say, you were very qualified to bring that knowledge into increasing the capacity of the coordinate and control team.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Now, in that process, whilst Mike Williams was the person responsible for the SOP for the IRT, he closely consulted with you.
Yeah, that's correct. Mike acted as OIC for a short period, and yeah, we had a consult on the SOPs.
Yeah. So, to be precise, and it's not important for you to see the document, you would agree with his proposition that, quote, the primary input into the SOP was through Sergeant Lee Bowen, who had just left the TRG and moved to Alice Springs. I utilised his advice and contacts to ensure the proposal was consistent with TRG procedures.
If you said the SOPs were consistent with TRG procedures or their SOPs, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry,
All
the
right,
door
now,
opened.
so in that sense, when the SOP was submitted, you were content with its contents.
Yeah, they basically modelled the TRG SOPs to a degree with the high risk and the general support roles.
Yeah, that may be so. They may well have been consistent, but you were content that the SOP as submitted was fit for the purpose you envisaged for the IRT. Is that fair?
That'll be fair, yes.
Now, you've been taken to the SOP in relation to what might occur in circumstances where a member of the IRT might be stood down. You know, the one that Mr. Coleridge took you to?
Yes, that's correct.
And just for precision, may I just read it and just get you to acknowledge one important aspect of it, which I didn't quite appreciate you explaining in your earlier questioning. It reads, members who are the subject of disciplinary action will be stood down during the investigation or, and my emphasis is on or, subsequent penalty period at the discretion of the Commander, Southern Command, in consultation with the OIC, IRT and Alice Springs Divisional Superintendent. Okay, now you accept that there's an or in there. That is, it's not a situation that only arises when disciplinary action has been taken, but rather even whilst during the investigation. You accept that that's in the SOP.
So you're saying that even when they're getting investigated for something, they being stood down as an option? Sorry, is that what you're trying to say?
Correct.
Sorry,
That's correct.
As a matter of fairness, can you have it put in front of him?
I can't hear whoever's objecting or interjecting.
No, we're just getting the SOP up for him.
17-23.
Sure, it's just, there it is.
Where are we? 10 maybe. Sorry, I'm also blind. Was it the fourth paragraph which you were looking at? Sorry?
I think so. It starts with the words members who are the subject of disciplinary action. Page 11.
Yes, I've got that now.
Now, if you read it carefully to yourself, will you acknowledge that there are two periods within which there's a discretion for disciplinary action for standing down a member?
Yes, the or signifies the penalty period, and the prior to that talks about the if you're being investigated for disciplinary action.
That's correct. And why I highlight that for you now is that in some of your answers earlier, you were referring to the fact that a lot of people are under investigation, and that the issue of discretion would turn on, for example, the seriousness of the matter being investigated. And as Mr. Coleridge and Her Honour took you through, another factor would be a number of repeated matters pending investigation. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so you designed or were content with an SOP that reposed a discretion in the Commander in both scenarios. Is that fair?
Well, Your Honour, I object to that. This goes back to previous evidence and discussions that
Just let me just check. Can you hear Miss Osland's Mr. Bowe?
I can. I hear that she's objecting to something.
Sure. Okay, sorry, I just interrupted her. She'll continue, but I just wanted to make sure that you were picking it up.
I just have some concerns, Your Honour, about the second paragraph of that page being, parts of it being extrapolated in circumstances where the court has already had or heard evidence about Part 4 disciplinary proceedings having a very specific meaning and the investigation that follows disciplinary processes. So I'm just concerned that there is some confusion, or that there might be some confusion when Sergeant Bowens is being asked questions about an investigation separate from the disciplinary process, where in my submission on reading that paragraph, it's quite clear that it refers to an investigation of disciplinary proceedings or an investigation of disciplinary action.
Thank you.
You're suggesting that disciplinary action has a specific meaning?
Well, my recollection, Your Honour, from all the evidence that was given about Part 4 is that disciplinary action or an action under Part 4 has a specific legal meaning.
Okay, well, that might be clarified whether this is in this particular paragraph is a reflection of that, or if it's something broader than that narrow meaning.
May I approach to clarify that, Your Honour?
Absolutely.
Okay. Sergeant Bowens, when you settled upon the SOP, is this first proposition correct, that whatever the nature of the disciplinary action, it was not necessary for that investigation to be finalised before the discretion to stand down became available to the commander? Is that fair?
I can't take my mind back to when when this was discussed. But my understanding of that clause was, if someone's being disciplined, and what I mean by discipline is a serious breach of discipline, and then the ongoing investigation which takes place, that would qualify that paragraph. That means they're already been investigated for a disciplinary something serious. Investigations are common within our role, and probably would not incur being removed from IRT. That's how I sort of interpret that.
All right. Well, sorry, I heard you, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but the only point I'm making is that, would you accept that even if a person, a police officer who's a member of the IRT, was subject to an allegation before any finding as to whether or not that allegation had been proven to whatever standard, a discretion should be available to the commander to stand the person down?
Yes, well, commanders have ultimate discretion with just about everything. So would definitely be IRT as well.
Yes, and the discretion would be affected by the matters that Mr. Coleridge covered and Her Honour clarified earlier, namely the seriousness of the allegation and or the frequency of similar allegations surrounding that person. Correct?
They are all contributing factors.
Yes. Now, you've given evidence today that you yourself may not have been apprised or appraised of all matters that an IRT member may be facing by reference to their general duties work. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct. It's not public knowledge of what people are being investigated for. Or...
In order for the SOP discretion to function, there must be a mechanism by which you and the commander becomes aware of these matters. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct. There should be everybody should be, I guess, on the same page, whether it be professional standards, the commander, or is it, if
How did you contemplate you as the OIC, in order to be consulted, would become aware of any outstanding investigations?
I would be notified by a superior officer, whether it be through professional standards or through commander saying one of your members is being investigated for a serious offence which we feel impacts on his role as a police officer.
And so you sitting in your position as OIC, you had the expectation that if any member of your IRT was the subject of an investigation, you should have been informed of that.
If the investigation was at a level deemed that would have an impact on his ability to perform the role as a police officer and IRT, then it's pretty standard that everybody should be informed.
Yes, so you would accept that the matters that Mr. Coleridge put to you in relation to the Malcolm Ryder judgment would fall into the category of a serious matter that should have been brought to your attention for you to provide assistance to the commander in the exercise of that discretion.
I can't comment on that because I have really no information on that.
But how would the SAP work if matters of that importance and seriousness are not brought to your attention?
Yeah, I'm not privy to that information, but the professional standards or the commander will be privy to that information and they would pass it down to me.
Well, that's what I mean. You have an expectation that professional standards should have brought that to your attention.
If it was of a serious nature, that's what they do with everybody. Yep.
Well, you accept that the Ryder issue is a serious nature.
Oh, sorry, which of a serious nature?
The Malcolm Ryder incident, for want of a better phrase, is certainly a matter that contained very serious findings.
Well, internal findings or just statements?
Somebody's moving paperwork there that's interrupting Sergeant Bowen's answers. Could you just repeat your answer, please?
Was that internal findings or just statements made in
No,
court?
the judgment of the court in which findings were made against a member of the police service.
Yeah, that's probably not my call. I'd say that's...
No, I'm not. Sergeant, please listen to the question. I'm just at the moment asking you that you accept that for the SOP to work, a matter of that seriousness should have been brought to your attention.
Through the chain of command and through the proper process.
Is that a yes to my question?
It's a yes to every question like that, yes.
No, just stay with this question. For the SOP to work, you would expect that sort of situation concerning a member should have been brought to your attention.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, just going to and your position is, whilst you're aware of this general volatile situation that surrounded that matter, you yourself did not know of the detail of the findings. Is that correct?
We still talk about the Ryder one, sorry?
Yes, I'm just staying with that at the moment.
Yeah. No, I had very little knowledge of what was going on about that. I had no specific knowledge on that and I was not informed or briefed about that, so...
Yeah. So the matter was brought to your attention. It was fairly open knowledge within the station that judgment had been handed down, surely.
There might have been talk about it, but I can't remember anything specific, and it really wasn't anything that was not outstanding, I guess.
All right. So, but you yourself, even knowing that little about it, did not take it upon yourself to ascertain the facts concerning that matter. Is that fair?
No, that's correct.
Is there any reason why you declined to go find out more about the situation yourself?
Is there any reason?
Yeah.
Well, it didn't seem appropriate, or it didn't seem to be that serious of an offence that would constitute that, and if it was, then I would have been informed about it.
Yeah. So is the position you've taken is because you weren't informed down the line of command, it was not something you should bother making any investigation yourself?
I can't carry that kind of investigations into people. It's not really my role.
Okay. So is that yes, that unless you were given formal notice of it through the line of command, it was not your responsibility or appropriate for you to make any formal inquiries about that matter?
No, not in my mind. I just didn't know enough about it, and I was only hearing bits of information. Other people know a lot more about it than me, and if there was anything important, they would have highlighted it.
Did you happen to talk to Constable Rolfe about it at all and ask him about it?
Oh, it was several years ago. I really can't recall any specific instances about that. I remember something about a phone or something like that, where a phone was thrown or something like that. That was about the only thing that sort of stood out in my mind.
So are you saying you do recall a conversation with him, but you didn't take anything from that conversation to suggest that it was very serious?
No, because that was the context of the conversation, how it was a sort of a, better terms, a domestic went wrong. And from other accounts, I think I said earlier, there was a fair bit of OC sprayed around.
Okay, so can I just be clear? You accept you had a conversation with Constable Rolfe about it? Fair?
That was about the extent of it.
No, did you have a conversation without it? I'll get to the next proposition in a minute. Did you have a conversation with him about it?
I just said, yeah, that was about the extent of the conversation.
Okay.
He told me about the...
Did you initiate that conversation in an inquiry, or did he offer it up to you?
I really can't recall.
All right. Now, given that he would have been aware that Judge Borchers had made specific findings, which I won't repeat, but as Mr. Coleridge put to you, do you think that it was his obligation to you as the OIC to tell you about these findings?
I don't know if that conversation was before or after the court.
Well, even after the court, do you think that he was obliged to inform you as the OIC that these findings had been made against him and that there was, in fact, an ongoing further investigation?
No, I don't think it didn't impact on my role.
Well, you're the OIC.
Correct.
Why does it not impact upon you that one of your members has had such serious findings made against him and he was under further investigation?
Your Honour, just before the question's answered, and Mr. Bowe might be able to direct me in the brief, but that answer or the question presupposes Mr. Rolfe was told of the judgment by Mr. Borchers, presupposes he knew he was under investigation at the relevant time, and presupposes...
Are you suggesting that Mr. Rolfe was not aware of a public judgment that was handed down?
Your Honour, I don't know.
Well, I am going to proceed on the assumption that he was aware, because I think it was widely reported at the time, and I think it would be very difficult for anyone in Alice Springs to have missed it. Who was interested in policing.
Yes, Your Honour, sure, that might be the case, but the question might be better, do you know if Mr. Rolfe knew he was? Did Mr. Rolfe tell you he was?
Well, they had a conversation at least about the incident.
Memory is limited, Your Honour.
So Mr. Rolfe was well aware that he had given evidence in proceedings. I assume he was interested enough to find out what the outcome was, particularly as it reflected directly on him. So I'm going to proceed on the basis that Mr. Rolfe was aware that a decision was handed down in that case, and there were comments in that case and findings about his conduct?
Your Honour, may I proceed?
Yes.
Sergeant Bowens,
Yes.
proceeding on the assumption that Constable Rolfe was aware of the findings made against him specifically in that matter, do you see that there was an obligation on his part as a member of your IRT to disclose those matters to you?
He may have. I'm not too sure how
Please listen,
it
please
affects
listen
his
to the
role in the
question.
IRT.
Please listen to the question. I'm not asking you whether he did or not. You've told me that you have a sketchy recollection.
Yeah, no,
I'm asking you that on the assumption that he was aware of those findings, do you accept that he was obliged to inform you in your role as the OIC of the IRT?
Yeah, no, I accepted that part. And I answered, I don't think he would be obliged or for me to know that part of my section. It was a comment made by a judge. To me, I don't see how it affected his role in.
All right. So,
Can you finish his answer?
Sergeant, are you saying that a finding by a judge, it should be disregarded as a matter worthy of taking into account in assessing the ongoing participation of a member of the IRT? Is that your suggestion?
My suggestion is I really don't know what the judge said, and I really don't know much about the whole incident.
Please listen to the question, Sergeant. I've heard you tell the court several times that you do not know the detail of the judgment. The question to you is this. After making the assumption that Constable Rolfe was aware of that detail and that it was a judicial finding and that it was serious, do you not accept that in order for you to discharge your functions under the SOP that we went to, that he was obliged to tell you about those findings?
I'd have to say no. I don't think he was obliged because it was not performance related to the section.
When you say not performance related, do you not think that issues of honesty are matters of importance for performance in the IRT?
Oh, honesty is important for everything.
And dishonesty is important in evaluating a person's fitness?
No, sure.
And prima facie committing assaults on members of the public in an arrest situation are matters of importance. Correct?
Well, of course.
Now, why do you say that that there was no obligation for a member of your team to tell you about those findings, given that that is the very sort of operational task he's likely to be undertaking if deployed?
If he was to tell me he's been involved in assaults, investigations, then I would take that on board. But a judge's comments, I would not see it as a performance indicator as part of the section.
Okay, all right. I think I've laboured that point enough. In the SOP, would you just look at the document in front of you, and I'll give you the specific revision. You'll see that there's in fact a automatic stand down if a member of the IRT has a domestic violence order issued against them.
Oh yeah, yes, that's I can see that.
I can't hear you. For example, they're not allowed to have a firearm if there's a DVO order against them.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right, so there, a DVO order can be made merely on an allegation and before a determination. Is that right?
Yes, and it needs to be approved by a senior sergeant who looks at all relevant information.
Sure. So an allegation's made in a domestic situation, a DVO order is made, no judicial finding or comment, and that's sufficient for the SOP to require you to stand down that matter from using a firearm.
Yep, and if Zach had been in a DVO, I would have done the same thing.
Well, can you not see that findings of dishonesty, perjury, intentional assault are far more serious and far more along the line of complete determination than the mere issue of a DVO?
I'm not aware of any assaults. As far as I know, I thought we were talking about a judge's comment and we referred to a DVO, so...
All right, so in the case where a DVO is issued, do you think a member of the IRT is obliged to disclose it to you?
For a DVO?
Yes.
Well, he wouldn't get the chance. I'd be advised because he would be changed. His duties would have been changed. He wouldn't be frontline response. He'd be in some sort of office job or something.
Okay, can I just move on from that for the moment? Insofar as the setting up of the membership of the IRT, you took on the primary role of determining who would be... you made the judgment calls on suitability. Is that fair?
Did I make the judgment call who would be in the section? Sorry?
No. The selection of team members, which is referred to as judgment calls on suitability in the documents, was by you and Sergeant Mike Williams. Is that fair? You've given statements about this, and I can take you to them.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm just really struggling to listen and then just comprehend what you're saying.
Okay, I'll slow it down.
Yep.
In setting up the IRT, the initiating process was a general email for expressions of interest. Fair?
Yes, yeah, correct. To join the section.
And they were issued to Alice Springs-based police.
That's correct.
And if anybody needs a reference, it's page 743 of the trial evidence. Now, you then have told investigators in courts before that the selection of team members, which you referred to as judgment calls on suitability, was by you and Sergeant Mike Williams. You accept that?
For the final selection, or... Because if that's the final selection, it wasn't between me and Mike Williams, it was a panel of three.
Now, what you did was you put forward, with Williams, members who you thought were suitable for approval by a panel. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think we might say... I said we may have culled the number down because obviously there might have been a large amount, and there probably was certain criteria while we culled that number down.
Okay, Sergeant, can I just take you to your evidence, page 743, quote, there was an expression of interest by email set out to the members of Alice Springs asking just outlining their experience and what they could bring to the section, and then from there it went to a panel with a ranking officer, myself and another officer, and they would decide on the applications. Now, do you accept that that was your evidence?
Yes.
And you adhere to that being a correct description of how the process occurred?
Yeah, correct. Did I say a ranking officer, myself and someone else?
And another officer, yes.
Yeah, I think it was I think we used a civilian or someone from the association just as a third party. So it wasn't all just rank and file.
All right. But you gave that evidence, you adhere to that here. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to be using shorthand because of time, but I'll just go through that. When you were further asked by the interviewers, you gave 5 criteria about what you were looking for. The first was, quote, previous military experience was desirable because they used the same weapons and some of the same tactics. You accept that that's one of the things you told investigators in your statement?
Yes, that's correct.
The next was personality,
Yes.
work ethic,
Yes.
professionalism.
Yes.
I think you said professionalism and keenness. And lastly, trainability.
No worries. Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Trainability, okay. Now, excuse me, you also said that the recruitment approach you took involved, quote, less regimented and rules, unquote, in comparison to the TRG.
I'd have to take your word on that. That was on the email, was it?
No, this is in your evidence, in your statement, and when being asked.
Have you got a copy of your statements there?
You're right, I haven't, but I'll take. If he says that's the case, they'll take that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll put it to you again, and I'm sure with your able lawyers, they will correct me if I'm misquoting the language. You said the recruitment approach you took involved, quote, less regimented in rules, unquote, than the TRG. It, quote, was more personal, unquote, quote, and you believe that that was better than the approach taken by the TRG, unquote. They're the matters you told investigators.
Yes.
Now, you said that if you thought they were a good fit, essentially they were in.
No, well, there's a little bit more to that, and if I could probably clarify that, what I said, TRG had a totally different selection process to us. They would obviously go through their expression of interest, and then you would pass some physicals and a 3-day test, or it's actually only about a 1-day test now. And then you would have a board, they would select you, and the TRG people, the selectors, would have a very limited knowledge of who they're actually approving or know not much about them. So I was sort of referring that we have a better understanding because we get to work with people and we can see how they work and make better informed decisions. I think that's what I was trying to get to.
I'm pretty sure that that is in fact what you're trying to get at, because your answer was, quote, well, it wasn't along the same lines as TRG. It was obviously a lot less regimented in rules. And then you said, that's how we made our decisions, which, you know, sometimes I think gives us a little bit of an edge on the TRG, where we've got a bit more personal on who we choose, and that's my personal opinion. Probably not for here, but, and then you laughed. Then you said, it means we get some people who we really think are suitable.
Well, that's what I said, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and may I suggest that what you're saying is that you were putting yourself into a better position than those who were framing recruitment to the TRG, because you could get a sense to assess them personally by reference to the criteria that I took to you earlier.
Yeah, we had a better understanding and a better knowledge of the people who were applying.
When you say we, you mean you?
No, me, Mike Williams, I think at that stage, and maybe the commander, and yeah.
Now, insofar as taking into account as a criteria that a person had military experience, did you take that as being only a positive attribute?
Military experience has a lot of benefits. For instance, they have a lot of the skills and tactics which I like to utilise for the IRT, which I've named mainly before, is the ability for cam and concealment, and to use like bushcraft or green roll, which they are experts at. And it's a hard thing to teach, and if they already know that already, it is a good skill.
Sergeant, no doubt that the physical experience in the military and exposure to the usage of guns can be a positive attribute for a role in the IRT. I accept that. Did you think that there might be other aspects of military experience that might be relevant to you determining the suitability of the person?
Other aspects of military? Well, I think what was proved in the unfortunate circumstances, they have exceptional first aid and abilities to remain calm in dire situations.
All right. Now, I'm sure there's other positive attributes, but do you also think that in assessing, making a judgment call on suitability, it would be useful to know what their military experience and discharge history might have been?
Well, if it was, if their military experience was adverse or the discharge was adverse, then I wouldn't be probably be talking to them.
Yeah, how would you know if it was or not?
Well, that's why we have a police selection process.
But how would you know whether or not somebody had an adverse military discharge history?
How would I know? Well, I wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, one way might be to ask them, wouldn't it?
It's not quite a common conversation to have with someone.
No, but
This
you're
is not
taking
just
it
a
into account.
conversation, this is a recruitment process to the IRT.
Sorry, Your Honour, I might have been a little bit...
So, Sergeant, just so you can focus on the answer question. In order to take it into account as a positive criterion for your judgment, do you think it would have been useful to ask them when they say, look, I've got military experience, you might, in determining their suitability, to ask them whether or not there were any adverse issues in that experience or discharge issues? Surely. I
asked them what, and this is only from a very loose memory, and I remember, I think it was Mr. Kursmelt, he had a similar, I think, a sniper background, which was useful. Whether they had been deployed overseas or those sorts of things, and what they sort of specialised in the military, because I was in the military, but I just drove trucks, so I probably wasn't much used to.
Sergeant, that's why I asked the question. Did you only see military experience as a positive attribute?
Yes, I was, and I still am. I'm proud of our armed forces and the service they provide, so I hold them in high regard. But you would also accept, would you not, that if a person had a dishonourable discharge, and I'm not suggesting anybody has had that, but if somebody had a entry in their service history that went to their integrity or honesty, they're matters that you should take into account in terms of suitability, surely. Well, yes, but I think I comment before, I wouldn't be speaking to them as a police officer if they'd had dishonourably discharged from the army, because they wouldn't have made it through the selection process.
Well, you made the assumption that by being a police officer, they must not have had anything adverse in their military history. Is that fair?
Everybody's got a history, but it all depends if it's serious enough to be discharged from the army or prosecuted or deemed not suitable to be a police officer.
Do you think in making it a criteria for judgment as a suitability, that before you take into account military experience, you ought to know both sides of that person's military experience?
I think that may be going into it a bit too far. I'd have to take things on face value for what's in front of me, I'm afraid.
But face value would mean that somebody's got enough candour to tell you to your face anything negative in their military history.
Well, if there was something negative that would impact on their position, or they probably would tell me, like, if they were suffering from something that would affect their position within the section, they wouldn't be applying for the section to start with.
Okay, so your position is that in determining suitability for entry into an IRT or the like, it's just simply left to the member to tell you whether or not there was anything in their service history that you might take into account.
I would look, as I said, the only thing I'm concerned about in their military history is what they actually did, and if it was beneficial to the section. That's about the only probing questions we would ask, because military history.
Sergeant, I'll be direct. I'm suggesting to you that moving forward, that only looking at the physical capacity through military experience as a positive criteria for enlistment is woefully wrong and inappropriate for a member to be a part of an elite team like an IRT and, for that matter, a TRG. What do you say to that suggestion?
No, I disagree.
All right. Now, I just move to another aspect of, just staying with that whole idea of recruitment and membership. Is it fair to say that Constable Rolfe became a close colleague of yours within the IRT?
Yes, Constable Rolfe was a close colleague.
And you saw him as a senior role, having a senior role in the formation and development of the IRT?
Sorry, did he perform a senior role? Sorry, is that what you said?
Yeah, in the formulation and the training of the IRT.
No.
You don't?
He didn't.
Were there not occasions when you were not available that he led the training at various training sessions for the IRT?
Not that I'm aware of. I was as far as I know, I was nearly, I ran most of the trainings, I organised it. I can't recall many times or any that I wasn't there. I could be corrected, but that's my memory.
Yeah, you'll be corrected as soon as my instructor points it out to me in my document. But may I just move to the next proposition there? Do you recall that there was a fellow military person that was a friend of his, a Constable Sykes?
Yes, that's correct.
And Sykes became a member, or at least was deployed as part of the IRT without having, in fact, completed the training program.
Constable Sykes was, he was a general duties member, and he was deployed with the IRT in a general response role, which basically contained when we were doing just general duties and very minor taskings. And we could have taken anybody. We could have taken a normal GD's person.
Sergeant Bowens, may I ask you to be precise in answering the question? One, yes. Constable Sykes became involved in the IRT at the suggestion of Constable Rolfe, correct?
Constable Rolfe said, that Constable Sykes was gave him a good recommendation, and I'd heard that from other people as well. So it was a contributing factor, and I spoke to Constable Sykes and I formed that opinion as well.
And then he was deployed in the IRT, forget what the role was, he was deployed as a member of the IRT without having completed the training course. Is that correct?
As were others.
No, we'll just answer the question.
I just did, yes.
Now, so do you have the situation where you've got a panel approving those who you recommended and considered, then you had this other loose band of constables who became members of the IRT even if they weren't passed by a panel?
No, that's not an accurate statement.
Well, what is accurate about it when you accept that Sykes was deployed as an IRT member without having been approved by the panel?
He went with us on deployments for like social order, or just basically respite to communities, as would anybody, and a dog handler as well. So,
So are you saying when he came with us that he was not being deployed as part of the IRT? Is that the distinction you're making?
has he got deployed where, or just in general?
See, my suggestion to you is he was deployed as a member of the IRT on particular operations.
He came with us on basic operation or basic call-outs. Yes, correct.
When you say he came with us, is he coming with you as part of the IRT in that group that's going to have a team leader and follow their directions? Or did he come as just a general duties police officer who would be an extra assistance at the station?
You're right the first time.
The first time.
Sorry, I just didn't hear the answer. Was there an acceptance
The
that he was
first
deployed?
time was the correct answer.
Yes, that is deployed as a member of the IRT.
It's
Now,
it's
it's
a complicated scenario to explain.
Can you explain it?
Well, the general support role for IRT is it can be explained that yes, it was the IRT team, but in certain circumstances we were called because we're the only ones who were going to turn up. And if they needed more members, I knew Constable Sykes would turn up, so we'd take him along as well. For instance, like Borroloola, when we had respite and he sat outside bottle shops and responded to domestic violences. So, and jobs like that. So, while technically yes,
please. I know you're attempting to explain something, but could you stay with the question? The question is, a police officer is either deployed as a member of the IRT or not. Was he deployed as a member of the IRT?
He was deployed with us with the approval of whoever requested it. So it was never kept a secret. And I've even got memos saying we're using Constable Sykes because we are short and he's a reliable and professional member. So I've got it documented.
All right. So my suggestion to you is that whilst you speak about there being a process for recruitment as members of the IRT, in fact, there was a very loose arrangement depending on the expediency of the situation as you saw it. And you would deploy general members of the police service as members of the IRT without them jumping through the recruitment criteria.
Well, that's a fairly loose way to put it, but they accompanied us and under the full sanction of the ranking officers. So,
see, what is the point in having an SOP that provides a framework for members who are going to have access to military-grade weapons if you are not going to adhere to a strict process of recruitment?
everybody in Alice Springs Station has ability for military weapons.
Not AR-15s, they don't.
Yes, they did at that time. You could grab one out of the cupboard if you wanted one.
Just go grab one if you wanted one.
They were a support weapon, as were a shotgun. That was my understanding.
Well, we'll research that later. Now, the point I'm trying to get to in terms of referring to Sykes is this. You speaking about the fact that this process of recruitment had, it was less regimented than TRG, but there was a process. And we've spoken about the discretion about standing down people in certain circumstances. But in truth, I suggest to you that the way the IRT operated under you gave you fairly carte blanche authority to determine who would be deployed with the IRT in any given situation. You had a discretion as to deployment.
I was the OIC, and if we needed extra manpower, I made the inquiries and the authorisations to do it, and I did do that.
So you accept that you had a discretion as to deployment of members of an IRT, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
So you were speaking before, and the discretion would include the discretion to deploy and also the discretion not to deploy. Is that fair?
The discretion not to deploy.
Yes.
So if I was requested to deploy my section, I would say no.
No, just say somebody suggested Constable Sykes and you didn't like the look of them, you would exercise the discretion not to deploy him. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So
not like the look of him. It's not. It was if he wasn't.
If you didn't think he was suitable.
If you didn't think he was suitable.
Yeah. Sorry for my shorthand. I'm just trying to be brief. But if you made an assessment of your own, when somebody else was suggested to you, you had the discretion not to deploy that person. Is that fair?
Yeah, that was my call.
So this is why I get back to your answers earlier today, that when you're asked about if you became aware of certain issues about a member, that it was, quote, above my pay grade, unquote, to determine their suitability to be in the IRT. And what I want to get to is that there's one thing about a formal recruitment and membership of an IRT, and there's a second, which is whether or not a member is deployed. Right? So it was well within your pay grade, I suggest, for you to decide upon ascertaining information about a member to not deploy them. Is that fair?
Have information not to deploy them.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just struggling. I hear half your comments. I think what you're trying to say is I just brought Sykes in on my own fruition, and by the same token, I kept Zach in on my own fruition.
No, I'm saying you had that discretion, whether it be Sykes, Rolf, or anyone else. You exercised you had the discretion and exercised a discretion whether or not to deploy anyone to be a member of an IRT operation. Is that fair?
Not anyone, no. And I mentioned earlier that there was sanctioned, and I mentioned it to because our numbers were so low at that stage, and when we were requested, we had to seek additional help from suitable persons that could assist us, and they were only in the general response role.
Please listen to me, Sergeant, and we'll get through this a lot quicker. My question is, whatever the expediency, that is, whatever the issues and urgency as to who would be a member of an IRT deployed on an IRT operation. Is that fair?
If they were an IRT member or not an IRT member?
Both.
We would choose, basically it came down who would turn up, because through the call out. But yes, answer your question is yes, I do have the discretion.
Thank you, that's enough for me. Thank you. And in relation to that discretion, you were open to having conversations with Constable Rolf about who may or may not be useful for deployment. Is that fair?
Yeah, have you got any circumstances or specific?
No, I'm putting to you the question first.
Well, not in so many terms. I remember one conversation we had, which I think is even recorded in the text messages regarding
What conversation was that, and what do you remember about that?
Well, I don't remember anything about it. I only just read it last week, and that was referring to a member who was never available for call-outs and was training. It was hard to participate in training, so we were considering.
Okay,
Sorry, can you finish? He said
for the record,
word was he was considering.
Sure.
Bow keeps interrupting the witness's answer. Please, would you ask him just to allow him to finish?
Mr. Bowe, just be a little slower with your next question so we can make sure the answer's finished.
I apologise.
That's okay. I know it's difficult, Mr. Bowe, when you can't see.
Yeah, and worse still, what I'm seeing is slower than what I'm hearing, so there's a difficulty. Okay, so I apologise for interrupting you. What else did you want to say?
That's all right. I think I forgot.
All right. Now, I'm suggesting to you that such was your relationship with Constable Rolfe and his role as you had him in the IRT. You were open to having conversations with him about who may and may not should stay in the IRT.
No. Conversations I had with Zach was what we just spoke about, that previous question, and he told me that Sykes was a good person, which I agree with.
Well, if the witness can be shown or can be put on the board, text messages 346, 347, 348 and 349, please.
Three, 346, 347, 348 and 349.
There's four exchanges, 346 to 349.
Yeah, that refers to the conversation which I spoke about.
Let's go through them one by one.
Sure.
The first one is from Rolfe to you. Hendo again on days off, cannot go, not useful at all. No, I'm sorry, that was from you. From you to Rolfe. Hendo again on days off, cannot go, not useful at all. And Hendo's a reference to a current member of the IRT, is that right?
He was then, now he's an ex-friend, but anyway.
Well, thank you for that, but let's just keep going. And then it culminates, you can read it all, but it culminates with a response from him to you.
Yep.
I don't think he's going to hang around in the job too long. Quote, we could just cut a few people and rejig the team. Knobs should be loving us at the moment.
Yep.
Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, do you remember that text conversation now?
Oh, I remember reading it, yeah, now here, for sure.
And you accept that he sent that to you?
Oh, definitely.
And can you see that there's a reasonable inference that Rolfe thought that he could tell the officer in charge that he uses the phrase we, that is you and him, could just cut a few people and rejig the team?
That conversation is probably not unique to him. It's probably a conversation I have with quite a few people.
Well, that may be, but let's just stay with him. It's a reasonable inference that such was your relationship with him that he felt that he could be a contributing influence in cutting people and rejigging the IRT.
That was our relationship. We were comfortable to talk about things like that.
How could that at all be appropriate as the OIC, Sergeant?
Well, it was an observation that he saw the trouble I was having getting people to respond to jobs, and to turn up. And he was seeing that frustration I had, and he was commenting on it as
But it wasn't just, sorry, keep going.
as others had probably done before him. We did have a few people in the section, and there was a small group or a core group doing most of the work. So it's not unnatural for a comment to be made in that respect.
So I'm going to suggest to you that such was your relationship with him, and it may have been with others, was that the makeup of the IRT was something he thought he could contribute to.
I'd like to think a lot of the members could contribute to the IRT.
Is that yes to that question? Forget the others, just answer the question about Rolf.
Yes.
And did you, in addition to your professional relationship with him as a police officer, did you regard him as a friend?
Yes, I did.
And you socialised with him?
Well, I wouldn't say socialise. We didn't go out at after work or meet up for drinks in that regard. He was a different age group than me. So
all right, now
I had a family, so most of our relationship was a good working relationship. But I still regard him as a friend.
yeah. All right. Well, just before that, can I just go back? The way the conversation that was occurring between you and Rolf in that text exchange, Mr. Rolf in that text exchange, suggests that he felt, and you didn't disabuse him, that you had a discretion that you could decide on the run whether or not somebody should stay in the IRT or not.
I think that's probably reading a bit too much into it. I think it was just a conversation between two adults about the operation of the IRT.
Well, you're not just two adults. You're the OIC, he's a member. And you're discussing, with some degree of flippancy, I suggest, that you could just, the two of you, rejig the team.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that was, that wasn't a proper analysis of that conversation.
All right. Can I just go to the operations of the IRT in the period up to November 2019? I'm going very much on your evidence, which I've accepted. I'll take you to the specific references if you need it, but I don't think they're controversial. That up until November 2019, the IRT under your command was called out on about 15 to 20 jobs.
In 19, yes.
Yeah. And you explained that this involved arrest targets, which involved catching people they, bracket, General Duties Police, bracket, had not been able to. Fair?
Yes.
And that it also involved disorder in the communities.
Social order in community issues, yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And then you added Aboriginal communities, correct?
Yes.
And bush environment.
Yep, sorry. So can you remind me what document, what was that for my statement?
Yes.
Right, yes.
Your recorded statement, page 17, 18 and 19, okay? Now, so do you accept that a high proportion of targets of the IRT in that period were Indigenous people who were living in Aboriginal communities such as Yuindama?
Yes, that would be probably fairly accurate.
Okay. Now, when we were going through the criteria as selection for an IRT, it did not include anywhere the cross-cultural capacity of an applicant. Do you accept that?
Cross-cultural, that wasn't, no, that's correct.
That's not a criteria as far as you see it.
No.
It was not a criteria as to which applicants had prior experience in these environments. Correct?
I believe it wasn't. No, it may have been spoken to about in the interview, but it wasn't on the paperwork, and I have no knowledge of that. I can't recall.
No, well, as far as you're concerned, that was unimportant. Is that fair?
No, that's not a correct statement. It's nothing. That's not unimportant. It's just.
Well, it's not part of. Sorry, I'll rephrase it. It was not part of any of the criteria you gave in your interview with Carter, nor in your evidence in chief today. Is that fair?
That's correct. It wasn't the criteria listed of what we were part of the section.
And it was not part of the criteria when I explored it earlier. Is that fair?
Yes, correct.
And then you've accepted that a high proportion of the targets are Indigenous people in these communities. Fair?
Well, that's correct, yes.
I suggest to you that if there is any IRT or the like being deployed in Indigenous communities, that it should be a criteria that they have, if not experience, specialist training in understanding the environment into which they are being sent to police.
Well, I'm employing general duties police officers, so they've all had experience with Aboriginals and communities. So that's the aspect really they're from. This is a
So are
skills
you
enhancement.
saying that you proceed on the assumption that those applying in the IRT, because they're general duties police officers, would have the appropriate experience and understanding of those communities?
They would definitely have a knowledge, yes.
And how would they have that knowledge if they've never been deployed there?
Well, deployed as in through their general duties policing?
Yes.
Well, most of the, I wasn't aware of who's been deployed or which bush relief each particular member has conducted, but you don't get to apply for a IRT unless you had a level of experience in general duties. And I would hope that was where you would achieve that level of knowledge.
Sergeant, as a lawyer acting for a family who lives in that community, I would suggest to you that it is gobsmacking to hear that you are making an assumption about a critical criteria for police entry into these areas, that you don't even know whether or not they have any previous experience in these communities.
That's the evidence I'm presenting. They have, I rely on the experience they have as police officers, the knowledge they have learned as police officers.
Did you ever ask them whether or not they've been deployed in these communities?
I cannot recall if there's any questions directly related to that, no.
Well, I'm suggesting to you that you're being quite deflective, that it was never in your mindset to care whether or not they had ever been deployed.
That's something I can't comment on.
Well, you can deny it, or you can accept it as something we move on from, that you as the IRC, involved in the selection criteria set up and determining who goes to a panel, did not have in your mind the need to have members who had good, positive experiences in these communities.
As I can only rely on my first answer, that I rely on the experience of the police officers who get regularly sent to communities as relief. How it works in Alice Springs is members are constantly being sent out to remote locations to assist in general respite and levels of to help out. So that's where they gain their experience. It was sanctioned by a commander that went through the process. So that was the experience that I utilised.
But upon reflection and knowing what we all know about what I would suggest a very failed arrest attempt by an IRT, do you think that that is a learning that we need to be taken? That IRT deployment into these communities needs, as a necessary criteria, members, if not a leader, who has experience in policing in these communities?
Well, probably, I think that was instigated as a whole, that we're trying to get members to have more experience in the communities as a whole. Whether it becomes a prerequisite for a section or even TRG as well is maybe something could be considered, but how viable that is in practical application, I don't know. It's
okay, so I take it you're proceeding on the basis that there was an expectation that when an IRT is deployed into a particular community, they would work under the directions of the forward commander or the OIC of the particular station in those communities.
yes, sorry, you're going to have to go again, that first part.
Okay, I'll just take you to an answer that you gave at T745, quote, when the IRT is deployed as general support, are they subject to the command of the officer in charge at the local police station? Your answer was yes, the IRT and asset can fall under the authority of whoever deployed them or the local station.
Yes, that's correct.
So, to be fair to you, the approach you took was the IRT is bringing in specialist skills with firearms and other tactics and the like, but they would work under the authority of the local station who you would hope would have that necessary experience in the community.
Yeah, that's correct. The IRT are just an asset like TRG.
And so it becomes critical, doesn't it, that working under the authority of the local station be it adhered to.
Yeah, you lost me again, sorry.
So given that it's not a criterion that the IRT have any experience in these communities, and secondly, because there's an expectation is merely that the IRT is merely an asset that works under the authority of the local station, that duality, that is those two components are necessary, that is both are necessary to ensure safe deployment in these communities.
This is going to sound painful, but that was got a bit interrupted by sound. Your speakers across the room, and my hearing is.
I'm so sorry. I was a bit wordy. I'll just put it this way.
Yeah.
The way you envisage the IRT being used as an asset was that it was either there to be a force multiplier, that is to add numbers, or to come with a specialist skill under the auspices of the local front commander, namely the OIC of the local station.
Yeah, that's correct.
And that meant that it was necessary that the IRT would fall under the directions of the local commander.
That's correct, the police forward commander.
Now, and that would also include, for example, if the local forward commander had ACPOs who had knowledge about the particular people in the community, for them to be utilised to assist the IRT in being appropriate in the way in which they moved within the community. Is that fair?
Yep, that's fair.
Do you know that Constable Rolfe had no prior experience in working in any Aboriginal community?
I don't believe he had, no.
Okay. But you viewed him as, quote, one of the experienced guys.
Sorry, in correction just to that, he was sent to like Borroloola, Ali Kurung on several occasions and had, so prolongedly, no, but definitely been exposed to a few communities.
Sure. What I meant was before you selected him as a member, or put him forward as a member of the IRT, he had no prior experience?
No, there's quite a few.
You're agreeing with me?
He hadn't been served a remote location prior to IRT, that's correct.
Now, let me get to. I'm just having difficulty working out time, Your Honour.
I'm keeping a track of your time, Mr. Bowe.
How long have I got left?
About 15, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honour. Thank you. And you're happy to proceed till then, from now?
Yes, I'm happy to proceed unless anyone's asking for an afternoon break. No one's putting up their hands.
Thank you, Your Honour. You were taken to a series of questions near the end of Mr. Coleridge's examination that as to the situation as at 9 November 2019 and what we now know as being matters concerning Constable Rolfe's suitability for deployment. Do you remember that line of questioning near the end?
Vaguely.
What I want to ask you is this. In order for you to have an appropriate capacity to determine deployment, how do you envisage an OIC should become seized of all the necessary information for a current member?
How I should...
The way I put it this way, Sergeant, is that, can I suggest to you that it's going to be very much a submission, if not a finding, that there were many issues, if known, should have meant that Constable Rolfe was not deployed on the 9th of November. What I'm asking you is that, given that the person with the critical capacity to deploy, going forward, how does the OIC of an elite team ensure that they do know everything they should know before deployment?
Your Honour, just to add it before it's answered, I think it's unfair to this witness to preempt that you've already reached a concluded view on a finding.
Sure.
Sure, it might be a submission.
I'll put it. I'll take the word finding out. Take the word finding out.
Thank you.
Might just add a minute of injury time. Out of fairness to you, I'm going to be suggesting to the coroner, that it would be appropriate to make findings that your oversight of the IRT was woefully inadequate in filtering out members who should not be deployed. Do you understand the suggestion?
Oh, I understand your suggestion.
And I'm sure you reject it, right? But I'm sure you reject it. But what I'm saying to you is this. Moving forward, how does a service look at these sorts of features of a person in a team such as an IRT to ensure that we have people fit for purpose for deployment into places like Yuendamu in the role that was given to the members of the IRT on this occasion? Are you at all interested in contributing to help us assist the coroner and the force to ensure that there is not a failed arrest attempt such as this again?
So you're after suggestions from me. Well, as a sergeant and a leader of people, I assess people on what I see, what they say, what they do, and how they treat people. That's how I make my assessments. I see their work ethic, what they've achieved, and that's how I make my decisions.
So do you accept, Sergeant, we've heard you say that, but do you accept that that's been woefully inadequate to filter out?
My assessment, my people, I believe, was satisfactory and not inadequate at all.
Now, do you do that, do you make that finding knowing everything you know about Constable Rolfe now?
My assessment of Constable Rolfe stands for what it did from 4 years ago. He was dedicated police officer, professional. He was efficient in his job, and that's what I saw. And that's what I go with now. He did not display anything to me that proved anything different.
That may be true, but do you accept that he failed to follow even the basic IRT guidelines of how to conduct himself in Yuendamu on that night?
How to conduct the what?
How he conducted himself in Yuendamu on that night.
Oh, I disagree completely.
Well, can I ask you something specific about that? Have you reviewed all the material about what he did that night?
I'm not sure what all the material is. Perhaps Mr. Bowe can identify. We've had 57 days of this inquiry. We had a trial that ran forever. If Mr. Bowe will identify what he expects Mr. Sergeant Bowens to have reviewed, it would be very useful.
Sure. Mr.
Thank
Bowe?
you. Yeah, I will, Your Honour. Sergeant Bowens, have you viewed the body-worn footage from Ebel, Kirstenfeld and Rolf on that night?
Some time ago, yes, I have.
And did you pay close attention to whether or not Constable Rolf conducted himself in line with what you believe to be appropriate policing methodology on that night?
Yes.
And did you see anything he did that was not appropriate?
No, I didn't see anything that was inappropriate or outside of training on what generally happens every day in policing.
Okay. Do you? I'm not going to get into the disagreement between some of the people at the critical site, but just in looking at the body-worn footage of Constable Rolf, do you think it was appropriate for him to jump the fence and go into House 511 without permission or a warrant?
I didn't see him jump a fence. I don't know what the house was like or where the fence was or the situation, but I know from 10 years of policing in Alice Springs that we jump fences every day, and it's not seen to be an offensive thing, and it's never been commented on.
Okay, well, let me just... I don't want to have to take up my 20 minutes or 10 minutes playing videos. I'm going to suggest to you that the video on Constable Rolf showed him walking up to the fence at 511 and jumping over it without any notice or seeking any permission. I suggest to you that that was an unlawful entry of property.
I disagree.
So you'd be okay if somebody jumped over your fence with a gun and a badge without notice, would you?
If there's a gate open and the fence there, it's a tacit consent.
No, the gate wasn't open. No, please just stop. Don't give up minutiae of explanations when it might be okay. I'm asking you that the video depicts Constable Rolf jumping a fence into property without permission. I'm suggesting to you that that was inappropriate, if not unlawful.
Not unlawful.
No? You'd be okay if a police officer did that to you in your house, would you?
Your Honour, I'm going to object. I think it's somewhat unfair to expect Sergeant Bowens to make comment on the lawfulness of a scenario without being taken to the video, given that it's not just about the conduct of one person, but the context and the environment and a whole range of other matters that a police officer with Sergeant Bowens' experience might take into account.
I don't want to take up...
I think the proposition is just a little loose for the answers that you're asking for.
I understand. All right, I'm just very mindful of time, so I'll move on. Do you accept as a general proposition that an IRT member has no greater powers of entry into private premises than a general duty police officer?
No, we're just general duties police officers.
So I just missed your answer?
IRT have no extra powers, we're just general duties police officers.
And that follows that you just can't enter property without permission or warrant or other emergent circumstance. Is that fair?
You're allowed into somebody's yard to come and speak to people.
How?
Sorry?
I might just say, do you accept that there might be different opinions, let's just put it that way, about boundaries in community and property in community as compared to in a centre such as Alice Springs?
I understand what you're saying, Your Honour, but every day, if I had to go to a house and it had a low gate and the door's closed, I'd just walk over the fence and knock on the door.
Some people don't. Some people stand out the front and call out.
No, I'll leave that, John. I'll leave that. John, I'll leave that. Once somebody's in the yard, Sergeant, do you accept that they should not enter premises without appropriate lawful authority?
Entering premises is a different scenario.
Yeah. So the situation for the IRT on this night involved that, firstly, the mandate for the IRT is, in fact, not to enter premises, rather to cordon and control until such time as authority or direction is given from higher command. Is that fair?
Where was that mandate?
In your SOPs.
No, that's not correct. That's in a, you're pulling information from a different area, not related to this scenario.
Well, okay. A police officer cannot enter premises without a number of criteria. Is that correct?
There's premises or houses?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a difference, but let's just go with house at the moment.
There's a front yard or there's a house?
No, I mean, well, the yard is not a premise. The premises is the structure, right?
Right.
Police officer should not enter a premise and or house without specific lawful authority. Is that fair?
Well, there's certain laws that will allow us to enter the house, of course. You got 126 as a law, reasonable grounds to believe. So
all right. Well,
I haven't studied, in my defence, I haven't sit there and studied intricately that video and the things, but I would say that 126 covers that, as it probably has done for most of the times that everybody's entered the houses.
All right. I have a great sense that none of this is useful questioning, so I'll stop on that. Are you aware of Commander Cocter's assessment of the videos?
In his coronial report?
Yes.
No, you probably have to refresh my memory.
Well, his finding was that the entry into House 511 was not lawful.
Yeah, well, that's it's well, my take on that. They've had reasonable grounds to believe that someone was in there, and I think they did ask if they could go in. So I'm only giving my advice on the limited information I've seen on that. So that's where I'm standing with that. I'm sure Mr. Proctor's.
So, is your position is that you're not willing to make any assessment, any negative assessment of the constable role, because you believe that what he did, from what you saw and the little you know, was all kosher. That is, it was all okay.
Your Honour, before that question is answered, if these sorts of propositions are going to be put, Mr. Bowe's going to be making submissions at the end. The proper way is to display the video to this witness from the point at which they arrive at House 577, I think it is, gather all the intelligence, learn from that intelligence, act on that intelligence, and then take further steps. That's the proper way this question should continue.
Your Honour, I think I might save that for Mr. Officer's client. And I was hoping that a responsible sergeant who was a OIC of this force would have the perspective to be willing to reflect upon the evidence, but it seems unlikely he's going to be.
I appreciate the circumstances are very difficult for you, Mr. Bowe, but again, I think the proposition is too loose to elicit any meaningful response.
Well, I'm just operating under the stop order as well, Your Honour. The videos will take more than... So I'll
But I
leave
don't
that.
know, I'm not sure that any a further opinion from this witness is going to be of great assistance to the court.
Perhaps that's right, Your Honour, and Your Honour is best placed to assess that. I'll leave that
I'm not making an assessment, I'm just reflecting. I'm not sure that it would be of real assistance.
No, what I guess, Your Honour, my concern is this. The conduct of Constable Rolfe will be examined as it was at the criminal trial during his examination. I didn't want it to be said that I didn't give the officer in charge an opportunity to comment upon that. So I put the proposition as boldly as I can do it, but I won't persevere given the time constraint.
Okay.
Now, is there anything else? Can I just ask you one question? An SOP is designed to provide the framework for the operation of the particular subject matter of an SOP. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
And the SOP for the IRT was designed for that purpose, correct?
Yes.
Why was it not circulated to any of the applicants or members
What applicants or members?
of the IRT?
It was spoken about in our induction courses.
I've seen your answers. I've seen your answers to that. I'm just going quickly. You acknowledge
the question
that it
was, why was it not circulated?
Oh, as in...
Why don't you hand out the SOP to the people who were members of the IRT?
Sorry, was that a question to me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Your Honour. We didn't do that. It was one of the discussion points, and we brought it up in our when we do our induction courses. That's sort of covered on what our roles are and things like that. So why it wasn't, that's the answer.
Do you accept that it should have been?
It should have been probably given to a lot of people, I'd say.
And that's a failing on your part as the OIC in not circulating that document.
Well, I'd say the person who actually signed it off and is in charge of distributing it amongst the executive should probably rely on me to do that.
Oh, come on, Sergeant. You're the OIC. Not only are you recruiting people, you're in charge of training. I suggest to you it's a failing on your part that you did not circulate the SOP to IRT members.
IRT members or to the police force?
Both.
I spoke about it in our training. I agree. The IRT SOP should have been distributed to the police force. Everybody should have seen them, but I don't think it actually was.
Thank you, Sergeant, for your time, and thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Bowe. I think we've got a little bit more time. Do we want to take a short 5-minute break and then we'll continue until 4:30 or whatever our cut-off time is?
Your Honour, can I just make a 1-minute observation
Sure.
before Mr. Bowe goes? I didn't want to interrupt him a little earlier. He made a statement of his opinion, but he put it as a matter of fact. He asserted to Sergeant Bowen that dishonesty and assault are much worse than domestic violence. I didn't take him up at the time, but I just want...
No, he didn't assert that. He said that he was referring to domestic violence orders which can be made without any finding in relation to facts.
As long as I make it clear that it's not accepted, that any of those things are worse than domestic violence.
But I think the distinction that he was making was in relation to the issuing of a domestic violence order, which can occur without any establishment of facts for the basis of the order. But we'll have just a short 3 to 5 minute break and then we'll continue.
We're on that vote, so next thing for early adjournment.
Maria, I might go off the line now and I'll just listen to the live stream. Maria? Hello?
You've called Patrick Coleridge. Please leave a message. Thanks. Bye.
Paula Moreau speaking.
Thank you. Ms. Moreau, can you hear me? Oh.
Sorry, you're supposed to be a stage whisperer.
Hello, Maria.
Oh, Ms. Moreau, can you hear me?
I can.
Excellent. We've got you in the court then, and so Her Honour's going to resume in just a moment.
All right. Can I just ask about the list being able to hear Sergeant Bowens? Should I be listening through the phone because there is a delay on the stream? I'll mute that in the background.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea.
So I'll be able to hear him presumably
phone,
as
you should be
clear as
able
I
to.
can hear you.
Yes.
Great.
That's right. Thank you.
All stand. Coronial court is now issued.
Miss Moreau, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Your Honour. Sergeant Bowens and to the court, my name is Moreau and I appear for the Brown family in these proceedings. Sergeant, my first question to you mentioned this morning that you yourself came from a military background, albeit not as much as Mr. Rolfe. Can I ask what that was?
Yeah, sure. That was in Tasmania. I served 6 weeks at Kapuka and went to transport. I drove trucks for about a year or so that was the limit of it. Oh, and sorry, also involved in North Force.
Over what years was that?
Sorry?
Over what years was that?
The military was in 98, 99 to 2000, 98 to 2000, I believe. And North Force was when I was in Alice Springs about 2005, 3 to 5, I believe.
Thank you. And what roles, rank or role did you have?
Yeah, as mentioned in Tassie, in the Army Officers Transport. So I was Army Reservist. I'm sorry, I didn't say that before. I was a reservist. And in North Force, as I'm not too sure if you're aware, that's basically just a reserve section as well.
Thank you. Now, about how long after you returned to Alice Springs following your time with the TRG in Darwin
10 seconds left.
did you start your attempts to enhance the capacity of the cordon and containment team?
They'd be pretty
Your
much.
recording has reached its maximum length. To end, press hash. To cancel, press star. To listen, press 1.
Someone's phone.
Message sent. Goodbye.
I think you had been trying to add Mr. Colby.
I don't think that's on my end, but hopefully that's the end of that. Did you want me to repeat the question?
No, I remember. It was pretty much straight away.
Okay. And that the point from your perspective was to increase the skills, including the tactical skills that could be used by this particular group to address some of the more dangerous aspects of detection and arrest of persons, or to save lives? Yeah,
that's correct. It was already functioning, or that was its design parameters before I started. While I was in TRG, I tried to increase the training, I think 2012 and 13. And by the time I got to Alice Springs, it was pretty much non-existent. Training was nothing. So, yeah, I basically wanted to, as you said, just increase the capability and provide a service for Southern Command that, Northern people enjoyed.
Thank you. And as I understand it, originally, so from about that 2014-2015 period, the original training for the IRT was undertaken by the TRG, but then over time, from about 2017 onwards, the training responsibility rested with you and 3 others who'd been trained by TRG. Is that right?
No, that's not correct. It's a complicated thing. What basically happened, the section existed from about 12, 13, 14, or before that. TRG used to conduct training, do the courses and some skills enhancement courses. From that point in time, no other training took place. They were it was ignored. So naturally it just faded away to a non-operational section. In 2014, late 14, 15, when I arrived, I utilised the training from TRG because I was a fully qualified, nationally accredited instructor, and I trained the TRG members. So I took over the training role, and also had assistance for some other similarly trained people from interstate that we utilised to build the section up to a skill level which was more acceptable, and incorporated the 1 day a month training. That went from 2014 to about 2015. From 15 to 17 was a bit of a dry period because we had a different management level in Alice Springs who wasn't that conducive to training or equipment. And then from 17 we become ratified, we're more formalised, and from 17 to 19 it's the main property years. So IRT started in 17. If that makes sense.
Thank you. All right, and you explained to the investigators in your earlier interviews that you had to be reassessed in your capacity to train each year by the TRG, correct?
Yeah, we initially, myself and 4 members went up to Darwin on, I think, about 2017 to refresh our training and get signed off for the IEA capability, which was in existence when I first came down in 2014. But as I mentioned, between 15 and 17, it was taken away from us. So 17 it got reintroduced. So we went to Darwin to have a refresher course, skills enhancement, and be assessed as trainers, which we did. And then we came down and facilitated training in Alice Springs.
Now, you pointed out to investigators that this last occurred, as I understand it, in April 2018. Do you remember whether you also received that reassessment in 2019?
Yes, what you're referring to is recertification as part of the SOPs, where every year TRG conducts an assessment of the members, and to make sure that the training's being maintained and it's up to a suitable standard. That happened in, as you mentioned, April 2018. It didn't happen in 2019.
Did not happen?
Did not happen, no.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bowe asked you about an answer you'd given in an earlier interview, and I have the reference for you to prompt your memory about this, but this is your first interview in 2019 at page 24, Exhibit 7-6. You were asked about whether or not you had a second who could help you with the training, and you mentioned that Cameron Vivian sometimes did, and then you said this, and some of the more experienced guys, they assist and run the training as well as have some ideas. You said, and then you were asked, yep, within the IRT, and you answered, yeah. Asked the experienced guys, who were they? And you said, well, Zach Rolfe was one of those.
That's correct, yes.
Having been reminded that, can you explain what sort of training Mr. Rolfe assisted with?
Zach, basically it was from memory, and it was only on a very limited occasion. We'd normally sometimes just get the guys together, and if they had any other ideas of what we do, to offer some their ideas, and it was basically what we call room combat, which is going around, clearing a house, going from room to room in a safe manner, looking at danger areas, corners, and just thinking of different ways, because it's a skill which continually develops, and we're always looking at other ways. And he had the recent army experience, so I was keen to see what they did.
I see. You're describing a process where you were there as well, are you?
Correct.
I see. And, of course, I think you mentioned there were other senior members who may have assisted in this way as well?
Yeah, earlier on, not at that point. Cameron Vivian would have been one of those members. He was there for a short period, but the three members who had the experience initially, they left the region not long after.
Yes. So are you, if I understand you correctly, you were always responsible for the training, and these others were just assisting you while you were present?
That's correct. I'd organise training. Training fell on what we call a quick change. So it was their training day off, or my training day off, and the other members would, if their rosters allowed, they would also do it on that day. And I would facilitate the training, organise things to do, points to cover. So yes.
And none of those other officers who assisted had the training to be a trainer, if I can put it that way, which was an internal Northern Territory Police Force process that you undertook. None of those others had the same training that you did.
One of them was, I think, we had, Rudy Jameson, or one of them, believe was a firearms instructor. And we utilised him as an instructor. But the training wasn't more, it was just more of a, it's just showing what different skills are. It wasn't sort of like a formulated training. Because, yep.
Okay. Your Honour, if I might inquire, is Your Honour proposing to sit till 4:30?
Can't remember what our
or 4:15. The timetable says
4:30 or a bit longer. See if we can get through your evidence.
Thank you, Your Honour. Now, you described to investigators in the course of your interviews that you essentially looked after the content and the calling of the training yourself, despite the SOP indicating that both yourself and a 2IC would be involved in that. Is that right?
Don't have to refresh my memory if the 2IC was part of the training or a requirement of the training. I'm not that familiar if that was.
You've got a hard copy of the SOP there, and if you turn, I haven't got it in front of me, but I know there's a page that has OIC and 2IC and a list of responsibilities.
At page 10, 4.1.
All right, cool.
And you'll see, Sergeant, that there's officer in charge responsibilities and 2IC responsibilities, which includes organising training days, ensuring mandated training is up to date, etc.
Yeah, that was. It was never an official role. That was if I nominated someone to help me out. That would be the qualifying that. We never had time to actually train a proper 2IC. So,
I understand that evidence. So essentially it was you.
Yes.
And you mentioned in your interviews too, of course, that you would record the training on Spectre. Can I ask whether, in your mind, you recorded all the training that occurred, or whether there may be some that were not recorded on Spectre and the records that have been produced to the coroner?
Yes, I'd like to say I recorded everything, but I probably didn't. And the reason being, as mentioned, our training fell on what we call a quick change, so it's a day shift. And then we had an 8-hour break and we had to go back to work at 11 o'clock. So after a hard day in the range and running around full kit, probably sometimes the last thing I felt was able to do was sit on the computer. So I would put it off till maybe night shift. And I'm sure on occasions that didn't happen.
Now, the SOP that you picked up previously on page 8 has some minimum training requirements that you'll recall yearly and 6 monthly. Was there a process that you ensured that at least those training requirements were met, or not?
Yeah, for sure. The 6 month and they're internal training and qualifications. I think there was the 12-metre shoot and the 5 rim test is the main ones you're probably referring to. We did that every training day. That was incorporated at the range, and the first part of the day was at the range. The second part of the day we incorporated going to houses, practicing siege management, and seeking to where those skills were tested.
And I take it that those particular training requirements you took extra care to ensure were recorded on Spectre, given that they were minimum requirements.
That's correct. From looking at it, I've said I would write 5 room test completed, and I'd record the scoring on the 12-metre shoot. Thank
you. I'm moving topics to an area of your evidence that you described twice earlier this morning as a little bit confusing. I don't want to add to that confusion, but you used that phrase when you were speaking about the different aspects of the IRT's role, in particular the IEA part of the role being a small one. Can I ask you whether you consider that first I'll make this suggestion that the tactical skills used by the IRT could clearly be linked to planned IEA situations, even though they were not, but were a reserve set of skills for the general duties support if needed in an emergency, correct?
The IEA skills, I think what you're getting at is it's, and I made a point of it, it's the things we learnt when we taught IEA, which is, in a nutshell, it's what we call clearing, or going through a house quickly to locate an offender and save the lives of the people who are thing. And there's certain skills required to do that, like opening doors, finding, clearing the room, going to the next one. And those skills were transferable for what we did in GDs every day. Not in the same capacity, of course, but we all go through a house, and if you walk through a house safely and look around, be in a position where you're not going to be in danger. So that's probably the only thing that they would be utilised for. It wasn't in the instance that we were rushing through houses in an emergency scenario. It was just picking up on the finer point of the skills.
Do you think that IRT members knew the difference, I suppose, between using these IEA skills or tactical skills in a controlled, planned scenario, which would be required under a high-risk deployment, versus the use of these skills under a general duty support deployment?
Oh, most definitely. They're totally different roles. If you saw a video of what an IEA looks like, it's a rapid, intense, specific act, quite violent. You're going in there to save someone's life. It's not something that can be used in another sort of scenario. You definitely get attention to ourselves.
But house clearing and close quarter tactical skills could well be used in a general duties support deployment, correct?
Oh, definitely, like I said before, in a skill saturation point, but only in identifying danger areas, or just, for instance, door drills or corridor drills, looking down, looking further ahead, identifying risks. When you open a door, you follow around the door, you look behind the door. It's just things which some people don't see or aren't familiar with, and I think they're good transferable skills without the rush of running in there and doing the thing. So there's a lot to be learned from thing, and then some of our guys did on general duties did pass those skills on and took charge of some situations and handled them very well. If that makes
So there was no component of your instruction to your team that they ought to withhold any of those tactical skills when they're out there as general support?
My methodology or goal of this section was not to be an aggressive tactical section. Because I knew we would last about 2 months if we did that. Everything was to be approved and formulated. Rushing through houses or becoming a tactical section or being overt in that fashion is something that it just didn't happen. Our methodology was one of covert and overt. The tactical thing was there for that one role, which was our core function. But like so many things, you've got to train for something that you hope never happens. But to train for it, you've got to dress like it, you've got to be equipped for it, you've got to do it all. So it's...
I want to ask you, you spoke earlier about how important the sergeant role was in your experience. Equally important, you'd agree, for a team like the IRT is the OIC role?
Yes.
And that's because you, as the OIC, set standards, enforce them, and set the tone and culture of the team?
That's correct, yes.
Can I ask whether you had any more senior officers providing oversight for your role as the OIC, and if so, in what way?
I've worked extensively with senior officers through the chain of command and the call-out. So I would liaise with commanders, superintendents. I've got actually, and we would formulate what IRT was to achieve and what they wanted to achieve. We'd come up with a plan, a concept, and they would generally come back to me and say, right, send this, we'll sign it, and be a planned concept. And I have got nearly every job that we did. I've got a written report here or written email from the those respective senior sergeants and superintendents congratulating us on a fantastic job. So there was that level of governance, and it was very, very positive response.
So you're describing the visibility of what you were doing and an informal process of more senior officers providing feedback, but there wasn't necessarily a regular or structured format of providing oversight or feedback in a formal sense.
Oh, I definitely tried. Every executive officer or they rotated through the southern region, I would send and I think it's on record, a memo outlining under the head topics history, equipment, planning, training, forward direction of what the IRT was to them, opening a line of communication with them, just teaching them what we were, because so many people just didn't know. So I did that on every occasion because I knew the importance of maintaining records and communicating, or trying to open a line of communication. So,
did you ever get any response other than the general congratulations that you've described?
On the jobs, yeah, the congratulations on the memos regarding training and things like that, no.
Right, and in terms of strategic input?
Strategic input, I often requested to expand in certain areas worth of equipment and roles. And I think my last two memos were quite relative when I basically suggested we needed full-time members. So yeah, there was a level of communication, but and ideas. You know, some of my ideas may not have been accepted, but I really didn't get any feedback on them.
Right, so you're describing sort of a one-way street on that.
Generally, when I was requesting for courses, there would be that feedback because they'd recognise they need the numbers, and we'd discuss that. And on some topics there was, but the training really was a bit of a point where I really didn't get much results, and that's probably the nature of where we are at the moment with Alice and the level of people we have.
And no formal review or assessment of your role as OIC of the IRT?
No, there wasn't anything quite as official as that.
Thank you.
So your concerns about responsiveness to recommendations for training are ongoing?
Yeah, I don't know if you read the memos. I made them aware that what our training was, and like I said, I briefly explained who we were, what we were. I often say, yeah, one training day is sufficient. I was probably being kind to them. I said, but it needs to be supported by this, 1 or 2 days here, or a skills enhancement a week here. There was also the plan that when TRG came down to Alice Springs for specific taskings, that they would stay a couple of days longer and conduct training for us. But due to the nature of operational response, that TRG are generally just too busy and they had to go back to do another job. So it became very hard to coordinate. That's why we became got a level of self-training for the courses. That's how that eventuated. Sorry. That's okay.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, you also said earlier this morning that a clear command structure for the IRT was vital.
Yes.
And presumably that's the case for any police actions which involves more than one officer at a time.
Yeah, command and control, definitely more officers involved, more command and control.
And that's for effectiveness of the operation, to avoid mistakes, and to reduce the risk to safety, either to members or other members of the public, correct?
Yeah, definitely. And recording.
Now, there's two features I'd suggest that comment applies to directly. One that you've already spoken about in terms of the command structure coming from the local OIC or forward commander to the IRT when they are deployed to assist that station. And the second that I want to ask you about is the team leader role within the IRT.
Yep.
Now, presumably then, this second role, the team leader role, is quite important operationally, and it's reflected in the SOP, yes?
Correct, yeah.
But as I understand your evidence that you've given in other settings, that the SOP certainly didn't set out who that team leader might be, but that had to be assessed on a case-by-case basis once the team had been collated by you.
Yeah, that's correct. When we decided who would go to certain jobs, and like the majority of our jobs were general support, to assist communities through respite or alcohol, and I would put a suitably experienced member, and it worked because I had proven results and great reports from OICs, which sort of confirmed what we were doing. But yes, it wasn't perfect, but it's what we could all do. That's what we could do with that situation.
So if you were conducting a briefing, you would nominate who the team leader would be for that particular deployment?
Yes.
And that would ordinarily be recorded in the promise entry that gets entered after the job has been done?
Well, it'd probably get recorded a lot before that. We recorded our jobs we did on promise job, which all our jobs were recorded, but it would be either recorded on a briefing note or a concept of ops or a plan of who the OIC was.
And would it surprise you then that in reviewing those documents, Commander Proctor has assessed that only on a quarter of the IRT deployments was a team leader nominated?
Well, officially on documents, that would probably be the case, but quarter of our jobs, like I said, most of our jobs were of the GD's variety where we were providing respite, and there wasn't the actual role of a designated team leader to do any sort of formal action plans or anything like that. But you're right. Yes, they've probably been recorded somewhere, and there may be the person probably at the scene. They would have known who was in charge.
I mean, you expect that, but I think your evidence was that it could either be the person who was of a senior rank or a person who had the most experience in the IRT team, correct?
Yeah, that could be either way.
And so if no team leader was in fact nominated during a briefing, there's potential for confusion about who's leading by default, isn't there?
Depending on the situation. Generally, if you get a group of people together, they'll sort of decide who's calling the shots to a degree. If something was not agreed on, they'd probably say something. But so, yeah, I get what you're saying.
So yes, there is that potential.
Definitely.
And would you agree then that perhaps looking forward, any SOP or instruction about the deployment of teams such as the IRT would require that a team leader be identified to command and lead the deployment on the ground?
Sorry, any documentation? Sorry.
That that the instructions for any particular task team like IRT would include that requirement that there be a nominated team leader for any deployment on the ground.
Yeah. Probably to explain that as well, the level of work we did probably dictated the level of team leader which was appointed. If it was and I've mentioned it numerous times, just respite or helping the community out, patrols, liquor, not so much planning, very little, but arrest targets, that's when we would up the ante to higher levels of planning.
But in any case, I think your evidence is it was your approach that at whatever level you were sending people out, they'd take full hit because anything can change.
Yeah, that's definitely, that was always my direction, and it had nothing to do with, it could be the job they were going to.
Or they could get called to another job.
100%. Yeah.
And given that anything could change from an ordinary call out to something that was more demanding, I'll use that word as a neutral kind of word, it would have been helpful to know who was in charge.
Yeah, that's true. Or, yeah.
Can I move then to the briefings? Now, I have seen your evidence that when you were engaged and available, you would have a conversation with the person who's requesting the IRT about the task, and I think you were quite candid in saying there perhaps wasn't as much in writing or recorded about what the task was to you, or indeed the briefing that you then gave. You remember that aspect of your discussions with the interviewers?
Yeah, it was job dependent, and it was obviously because myself and whoever I was talking to had a working relationship, and if that's what probably we call a concept of operations, going, oh, this is how we're going to do it, we'll go here. When we get there, I'll let you know more what's going on, and we can formulate a plan from there. I've got email chains proving those kind of conversations.
Sure, there might be dynamics that mean that planning has to occur on the run, but having a plan and having a few alternative plans in the event of complications or foreseeable turns of events is, you would say, I expect, quite important to the effectiveness of a team such as the IRT.
Yeah, well, that's correct. That's why we sort of took our full kit and sort of came prepared for, anything.
Would you then agree that a common understanding of the plan is between all of the members of the team is vitally important to, again, the effectiveness, but also to avoid or to reduce risks associated with the task?
Yeah, everybody, well, depending on what you refer to the plan can take many forms, and it could be, like I said, it could be a concept, or it could be an arrest plan where it's more formal, or it could be just a plan. Let's just get there, we'll go speak to the OSC, we'll find out what the hell's going on, and then we'll go from there. Or it's, if you have the time, that could be all done back at the station. So, but yeah, communication and planning is obviously a vital component to it all.
And when you have a team such as the IRT, you have the capacity, don't you, to allocate roles like we've just spoken about, the team leader, but also the person who might have the less lethal weaponry. That person should be nominated to the rest of the team on really any deployment. Would you agree?
Yeah, we generally decide who's going to take what or carry what, so they're responsible for it. So we don't get there and ask for things.
Yes, and is that the nomination of that role and the holding of that kind of weaponry, that is less than lethal weaponry, the person who has that capacity would be given sort of a forward position. How does that get factored into the plans about the roles to be taken by the individuals?
Oh, what to be taken to the job? That's normally...
Well, sorry, more not what to take, but by identifying who has those non or less lethal options and how they factor in any close combat or physical interactions that have to occur.
It would be, in most situations, decided by a team leader, or it could be just a group thing, but generally a team leader who's in control will decide what levels of equipment can be taken. So, if we had a chance, we normally just write it on a whiteboard and put equipment, vehicles, and everything next to it, so we all know what's going on.
And then members can either take photos or notes as they need to, but at least are all on the same page about it.
Yeah, that's correct. I've taken photos and stuff on whiteboards, so we have a record.
Now, there's no requirement in the SOP that there be a risk assessment for each job undertaken, and just before I ask you the question, I note that you've previously said that general police officers are trained in undertaking risk assessments, but there was no, as I understand it, either requirement for it in IRT deployments for the group. Is that right?
There's I don't think there's any SOPs. Risk assessments are to be done generally before you call out your asset. You find out, that determines what and how you're going to respond to a job. And that risk assessment either can be done by who's requesting you, or you could be, the superintendent could go, that's fine, do me a risk assessment and come back, or he could task someone else or refer to a higher agency like TRG. Of course, risk assessments on the ground get done all the time as we do them, but if you're calling an asset out, then you need to know what the risk is before you turn them out.
So was it a part of your process when you briefed IRT members to go, or even when you performed the role of team leader, that you would do that as a group?
The risk assessment's generally done before that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be there.
So as the OIC, you would do that rather than as a group with the team members?
The risk assessment should probably be done at at the requesting officer, because he decides what level of response, and then they call us. And so the risk assessments determine what your response is going to be. And then that risk assessments come down to us, and then that can help us determine how we can deal with that situation. If the risk assessment is high, then obviously then TRG may be involved, or it could be a calibration between the two sections, or it may require for a specific tactic. But it's generally not done by us at the scene, because we really haven't got all the information. We haven't got time to get all the information. So it's generally done at the request when it's been requested.
When you say generally, always or mostly?
It's generally done by the, if there's time, it can be done by it has been done by senior sergeants. I think I've got some, but generally not by the sergeant at the time.
I have two more topics, Sergeant. The first is, are you aware that 2 days after the 9th of November, that is the 11th, on the Monday, there was a social gathering at Mr. Rolfe's residence in Alice Springs that involved some members of the IRT?
Yeah, I've been made aware of that.
That didn't involve you?
No.
I see. Did you have any concern about that having occurred? No.
So did I have a concern that it occurred? I really didn't know much about it as it was happening. I've obviously found out a bit about it after the fact.
What's that? What have you found out about it afterwards?
Oh, that there shouldn't have been a gathering from persons who are involved in a critical or the coronial inquest deaths. That's part of the things, but...
Did that concern you, or not at the time? You didn't think there was anything wrong with that?
Well, if I comment now, I'll probably comment on what I know in retrospect, and I'll just... So, at that time...
I appreciate you didn't know then, but knowing what you know now...
Knowing what I know now, you'd assume that... So, that... the group of people involved in a critical incident who could be suffering some kind of stress would be managed correctly by some form of command and control that would tell them what their responsibilities are.
And have you seen any evidence of such a management tactic since this event?
Management tactics?
Or a management along the lines of what you've suggested?
I haven't been involved in that scenario, but if there is, generally there is, people are informed of what their responsibilities are and what they need to do and what they don't need to do. And at that stage, they probably had no concept of what the ramifications were in the future. I think most of them had been spoken to. I think Zach hadn't been spoken to. Whether or not I heard he offered to be spoken to, I really don't know the specifics, but if there was such a higher concern, then he probably should have been pulled aside and said, reminded of his obligations. I've been through a pretty traumatic incident. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Sergeant, final topic. You, in your evidence earlier, agreed that racist language and racism is unacceptable and should not be a part of policing culture. You agree with that, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And you, in fact, would have had training about protecting yourself against the forming of negative views and racist views that can occur through exposure and other negative experiences.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell us in when you had that training and in what form?
Specific training for racism or the influence, or just
guarding against the effects of it's called unconscious bias in the police training materials, and it's guarding against your own possibilities of developing negative attitudes that can affect you as a police officer.
Correct. Yes.
Do you recall when that training was that you had?
We participated in an unconscious bias class. I think it was held at the fire station. It would be a couple of years ago.
Is it a recurrent thing?
It happened, but it hasn't. No, I don't think so.
Did you take anything from that you found useful?
It was several years ago. It was definitely, I guess, an eye-opener to see a different view. And because we often see things through our own eyes all the time and through our own experiences, and just to see another side of it, I guess that was a beneficial situation.
And having been reminded of that text message that you were taken to that you'd forgotten about, has it given you pause to reflect personally?
Yes. It's obviously something I haven't forgotten about, or so yeah. It's definitely something that I've always tried to do personally, and I've always prided myself to remain neutral and not to portray negative issues, even when they exist, to other people, especially in a supervisor role. That's something that I've always tried to do, and sort of pretty sure I've been pretty good at. But yeah, that's obviously a situation that I can't explain.
Can you recall occasions where you've spoken to your subordinates and those that do look up to you to address racism that you've either seen happen or feared has been in the background? Can you recall any occasions?
Of racism, we have lots of conversations and police officers about, about situations, and we always try, and I guess we're looking at situations, we're always trying to think of how we can fix situations of what's occurring around us at the moment. We don't do it in a racial view or a gradient view. So, but if those things would happen, it's not acceptable. But I don't know if that answers your question or not. But
well, I'm just wondering if there are particular occasions that you have had to do that or done that with those who you're a mentor for, to speak about addressing the negative attitudes that can develop and that have at times given the evidence that we've seen in this inquest.
I've cautioned people about obviously the evils of social media and opinions, how things can be misconstrued. It's easier to get angry and write things, and my advice I tell people is it's not worth it. Just don't get too involved. Just do your job. As I said before.
And what about the possibility that when you do hold negative attitudes, whether you're expressly express them out loud, or whether they're the possibility of these occurring on a subconscious level, that this can impact the way that you deal with the people that you are charged to protect and serve.
Yeah, look, I agree. If there was someone in a supervisory role that was continually demonstrating a an overt biased and not productive attitude as a supervisor, there's always the possibility that can go down. I agree with that.
And that you have a role as a supervisor to guard against that.
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Your Honour. They're all my questions.
Thank you. Given the time and the number of people that we still have to get through, is it suitable to start at 9 instead of 9:30 tomorrow? Looking at you, Ms Wells, because you're the holder of the timetable.
There's no reason that I'm aware of, Your Honour. That doesn't look like any other parties.
I do have on directions hearings, but they're next week, aren't they? Yep.
That's correct.
All right, then we'll start at 9 tomorrow. We'll adjourn.
Coronial now stands adjourned.
So, up tomorrow, for 9, you can bring